guess the places that I've been. You never guess the places that I've been. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. I'm never gonna let the day begin. Never gonna let the day begin. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. Oh, don't wake me up before you go, and I'll just make this bed my home. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. Never gonna come down from above, 'cause everything looks better from above. Nothing's ever as it seems, yeah, except in that world that I dream of. Never gonna lose the ones I love. Never gonna lose the ones I love. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that world that I dream of. Oh, don't wake me up before you go, 'cause I can't face this day alone. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. Give me my dreams. Give me my dreams.
USA Radio News, I'm Anthony Lucero.
There was a point where we just started to pray, lead a little prayer, and more people joined just to try to offer some support.
Faith leaders in Minneapolis spoke on the deadly school shooting which occurred today. Father Eric Rutten of the Archdiocese of St. Paul and Minneapolis says he's doing whatever he can.
Parents in great anxiety and grief, as you can imagine, so just kind of wailing and crying, and some kind of stooping to the ground.
The shooting happened during a mass at the Annunciation Catholic Church in the south side of the city. The school teaches pre-K through 8th grade. Images show countless parents holding and hugging their crying children while being reunited. Two families of victims in the Brian Kohberger murders want a judge to prevent more photos and videos of the crime scene to be released.
Some law enforcement body camera video has been released, but video of bedrooms was blacked out. The families of victims Madison Mogan and Ethan Chapin will ask a judge Thursday to prevent the release of video and photos that shows more details of the crime scene. The families say they got their relief when Kohberger was sentenced to prison, but the release of crime scene photos are causing emotional trauma. I'm Brad Ford.
The new CDC director is reportedly being ousted from the position weeks after being confirmed.
That's according to the Washington Post. Susan Maneras was nominated by President Trump after he withdrew his first choice over concerns related to Dave Weldon's views on vaccines and autism. Maneras is a longtime federal government scientist. It comes after a shooting at the CDC's Atlanta headquarters earlier this month, where the shooter was frustrated with the COVID vaccine and blamed it for his health issues. I'm Brian Shook.
Wall Street closed with stocks higher.
At the closing bell, the Dow Jones Industrial Average gaining 147 points, the S&P 500 rose by 15 points, and the Nasdaq gaining 45 points. I'm Jonathan O'Halloran.
From America's News Network, USA Radio News.
With all the recent violent protests, looting, and destruction, some areas are considering either defunding or abolishing the police. At a time when America's neighborhoods need the protection of police the most, some elected officials would rather create more chaos by playing politics. If you're sick of elected officials caving in to demands of the radical left, you're not alone. It's time we stand up and declare our support for local police. The majority of police officers are important partners in protecting our God-given rights. If you prefer freedom over chaos, then learn how you can help protect the local police that serve your community. Call today and request your free Support Your Local Police info packet. Dial 800-JBS-USA-1. That's 800-JBS-USA-1. Request your free Support Your Local Police info packet by calling 800-JBS-USA-1 today.
President Trump says he has the right to do anything he wants to do as President of the United States. Trump spoke yesterday in a televised cabinet meeting and made the remark when he was talking about sending troops to Chicago.
The president said he would have much more respect for Illinois Governor J.B. Pritzker if the Democrat approved of troops being deployed in his state.
I would have the right to do anything I want to do. I'm the president of the United States. If I think our country's in danger.
Governor Pritzker rejected the claim on social media and responded, "No, Donald, you can't do whatever you want." John Summers, USA Radio News.
Disney is suing Dish Network over several new packages offered by Sling TV.
The Internet TV service recently introduced passes that allow customers to pay for a week, weekend, or even a single day of live TV. Disney is now suing Dish Network, which owns Sling, claiming this violates Disney's programming distribution agreements. Sling customers are currently able to watch the Disney and ESPN programming through monthly subscription plans. I'm Mark Mayfield.
Engineers are still studying the results, but it looks like last night's test of a SpaceX Starship is a success.
Delayed by weather and technical problems, this 10th Starship test flight launched from Texas with a lot on the line.
3, 2, 1.
The last 3 test flights of Starship had major problems, but this one appears to have gone well, with the booster performing a controlled splashdown and the upper stage deploying dummy internet satellites before it splashed down in the Indian Ocean. I'm Rory O'Neill.
And I'm Anthony Lucero, USA Radio News.
In a study, it was found that 33% of 44 herbal supplements had no trace of the advertised herb. Don't let that happen to you. Hi, this is Dr. Mitch. If you want to ensure quality, go to TotalWellness.com. Supplements made for physicians, only now available to you too. TotalWellness.com, helping you to look good, feel good, and enjoy total wellness.
Looking to stretch every mile and every dollar? Go with Speedmax tires, designed specifically for U.S. roads and built tough for long hauls. With a best-in-class mileage-to-cost ratio, you'll get more miles, fewer swaps, and more money in your pocket. Built strong, priced smart. That's Speedmax. Speedmax, built for the long haul, priced for the smart hauler. For more info, call 860-436-4100 or buy online at digitire.com. TEL's Independent Owner-Operator Program gives you the power to operate under your own authority or choose the carrier you want to run for. Drive a new truck with full factory warranties, solo or team. TEL has a lease that fits your business. Call us at 866-404-6289 or visit tel360.com and use promo code OVERNIGHT100.
Another dark night on the interstate. Another 100 miles in the pouring rain. These are worth all the time I've spent away. Another dark night on the interstate. Trying to make it right, my baby's at home, hope she's doing alright. Miss my dogs and I miss my girls, I'm 1,000 miles away from my old
Just like that, here we go. Ready or not, we're going to roll into a Thursday. Or shall we call it Friday Eve? Yes, indeed. Start looking forward to that Labor Day weekend. one last summer bash. Should kind of unofficially say farewell to summer. So we're looking at turning the page on the calendar, 28th day of August. Here in 2025, closing out a hump day from time zone to time zone. Welcome aboard. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios. Once again, another crisp, clear night outside the secret bunker. Things actually getting pretty dry. We've got the full breakdown for the travelers out there as millions will be hitting the highways once again for the extended weekend. We'll break it down for you region by region around the country. There will be a little bit of everything in the mix for the extended weekend. But we start things off, as I mentioned, the cool conditions. Here we are once again in the lower 50s outside the secret bunker. As we kick things off, we dropped into the upper 40s there for our Wednesday morning. And that's going to continue to be the trend for many of the Great Lakes, parts of the Ohio Valley, the Northeast, on into the weekend. Cool, fall-like weather. A lot of folks reaching for the jeans and sweatshirts rather than the shorts and bathing suits. On into the Labor Day weekend. Temperatures, they tell us, more common for October. Trending as much as 15 degrees cooler than average for this time of year. And some near-record lows during the overnight hours for many locations. Daytime highs range from 60s to 70s. Overnight lows, 40s and 50s for many. For the kids that are back in school, the pattern's causing some chilly mornings while you're waiting at the bus stop. But yes, the air conditioners are getting a bit of a break. Nights are going to be cool, very comfortable for sleeping weather. Of course, the stretch of cool weather started earlier this week after a cold front that allowed some Canadian air to surge into the Midwest and Northeast. Coolest conditions arrived this past morning, Wednesday morning. Temperatures across much of the interior Northeast and away from the waters in the Great Lakes into the 40s for the first time this season. Here we have yet another chilly night for most here Wednesday night into Thursday morning. Record lows tonight possible as far south as Georgia, they tell us. A slight warm-up expected through Thursday, but temperatures still below average. There's going to be another push of cooler air forecast to arrive late in the week, continuing into the holiday weekend. That fresh area of high pressure is going to move from Canada into the Northeast over the weekend, and for the most part, stay in place for the Labor Day holiday. Most locations should see comfortable days with a good deal of sunshine, but chilly at night. In addition to nighttime record lows, record cool daytime highs could also be threatened. Buffalo, New York. Yeah, you'll experience temperatures in the wheelhouse for the lowest high temperature on record for August the 29th. That'll be this Friday, 63 degrees for a high temperature. That was set in 1982. Saturday morning is going to bring the lowest morning temperatures. A few spots across to Vermont, Maine, may actually see a touch of frost for the first time. One practical outcome of the early season cool weather could be the early closing of the municipal pools. The pools will be less crowded than they would otherwise be for the last weekend of the season for which they're open. Another consequence may be the presence of funnel clouds and water spouts over the Great Lakes. Here in recent days, spotters have reported some harmless cold water funnels over Lake Erie. That's a common fall occurrence as the cool air moves over the relatively warm lake waters. Another accompaniment to the cooler air for the Labor Day weekend, dry weather for most, but not all. Alongside the cooler air, much of the region will be experiencing dry conditions. There will be a few exceptions in the Northeast. Vermont, New Hampshire, Maine, where you could see a few showers developing over the weekend. We'll take a look, as I said, elsewhere around the country. Tonight, we're actually looking at some storms, bringing some disruptions to the interior western USA. That's where a majority of the precip has been the last couple of nights. Heavy rainfall and an increased flooding risk. Areas from the eastern Rockies to the Mississippi Valley. We've seen clusters of thunderstorms moving across southeastern Kansas, tracking into western Oklahoma, eventually southwestern Missouri, northern Arkansas. From now to Friday morning, this is going to be kind of an active day in that region. You've still got some warm, humid air streaming north from the Gulf to fuel these thunderstorms. Any storms will be capable of producing a lot of rain in a very short period of time. Rainfall totals 2 to 4 inches forecast for much of the region, and most of that falling in a 12 to 24-hour period. There is a swath of real estate where 4 to 8 inches of rain is forecast to fall. Urban flooding, travel disruptions for Salina and Wichita, Kansas, Springfield, Missouri, Tulsa, Oklahoma, Fayetteville, and Little Rock, Arkansas. Hilly terrain in the Ozark Mountains in part of that rain zone may substantially raise the flash flooding threat there. We've got a lot of people that are going to be camping in the region for the extended holiday headed into Labor Day weekend. They're advising use extreme caution along small streams which could be prone to rapidly rising waters. Most of the region's been relatively dry as of late, but too much rain in too short a time. We've seen a lot of flash flooding scenarios over this summer. In areas where rainfall is limited, lightning strikes could spark some new wildfires. We could see some dry, gusty thunderstorms also generate large dust clouds out west, which we've seen some of that earlier in this past week, sweeping through the Phoenix area on Monday. Of course, over the past weekend, another dust storm affecting the Burning Man Festival in the Black Rock Desert. I saw a report earlier following the Haboob, the big dust storm that did a lot of damage to the tents and structures there at the Burning Man. That was followed by a monsoonal torrential downpour the following day. Everybody's been dealing with a muddy mess out there at the Burning Man. So they've gone from one extreme to the other, but better they than me. It is 844-844-3388. We are going to talk some college football. Action resumes here on a Thursday night. Big Ed, the prognosticator of prognosticators, the analyst, Mr. Grump. I'm not sure who they're going to be picking, but we'll be finding out in short order. So we got Boise State and South Florida. That'll be tonight, Thursday night's game. Friday night, West Illinois versus Illinois. Saturday, the big day, of course, kicking things off at high noon with number 1 Texas versus Ohio State. We'll break it down coming up for you here as we roll into a new day, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
Enterprise Leasing, founded by a U.S. Army veteran, proudly supports those who've served. Veterans receive a $750 discount on their lease deposit with 24/7 maintenance support, national parts discounts, and interest-free financing. TEL is committed to your success. Call 866-404-6289 and use promo code OVERNIGHT100 or visit tel360.com.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
turbochargers spool time.
Turbochargers force compressed air into the combustion chamber where temperatures can reach 400 degrees. The oil surrounding the bearings will burn, leaving behind a sticky residue called stiction. Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator cleans the turbo bearings, building maximum boost sooner.
Available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Truckers, meet the Speedmax Pro Max, the tire built for serious hauls and serious people. peace of mind. With rugged construction and performance you can count on, Promax is made for the long road ahead. And here's the best part. It comes with an 8-year warranty. That's right, 8 years of confidence, mile after mile. Ask Speedmax. Drive far. Drive strong. For more info, call 860-436-4100 or buy online at digitire.com. Your factory fuel filter is letting you down. AirDog heavy-duty diesel fuel systems don't just filter your fuel. The AirDog fully optimizes your truck's fuel system for peak efficiency. The factory-provided filter simply removes particulates and water from fuel. The AirDog system removes all contaminants, including entrained air, water, and particulates, and feeds the engine pump with optimal pressure. Check out airdogdiesel.com to learn how you can capture every bit of performance and efficiency from your fuel system.
All right, of course, let's say hello to Philly Dan. On board out of the box. Good morning, crew. Yes, prayers for Minneapolis. So sad. We've got all the latest there. Saddle up, nocturnal listeners. The midnight hour, the eve of Friday. 58 degrees, southwest Ohio. Clear skies above. What was I hearing walking out the door for work? Several children shot. Haven't heard anything, really. All right, well, duty calls. Gotta go. Hope to be tuned in. Yeah, when you sleep during the day and you work during the overnight hours, you miss out on the headlines throughout the day, but it was a school shooting that took place. 2 children deceased, an 8-year-old and a 10-year-old. A total of 17 victims. Yeah, all the others, they tell us, will be able to recover. The shooter, a 23-year-old male-female, a.k.a. born Robert Westman, who changed his name to Robin Westman at the age of 17. That's the headline. Well, as I said, when we get to our down to the nitty-gritty with the news, all the latest, we'll cover it here this Thursday morning. Hello, Jeffrey in southern Florida. Shorty Morris, I-95 southbound. What is that, Yamasee, South Carolina? It's Orlando turnaround number 2. Zorro checks in. Let's roll. Yeah, let's see. Country Bumpkin, good morning to the overnight drive family. Norman, north central Kansas on board, 64 degrees with some rain. Heading up to Nebraska today to pick up an old truck with a tank trailer. I think it's about a 1927. It's going to be scrap to Wichita on Saturday. Everybody have a good morning. All right, we'll get to some of the other listening friends coming up. And let's get to it, gentlemen. Welcome aboard, Big Ed and the Grump.
What's up, Steve? Got a Ed on here.
Yeah. Are you with me?
We got. We're gonna do something different.
Yep. I sure am.
We're gonna do the 10 games, and we each just pick a sleeper game that we're gonna do. He's like Big Ed's gonna pick his sleeper game, and I'm gonna pick mine. It's win or lose on those. It'll just be a bonus for one of us. If I win mine, if my team wins, then that'll be just a bonus, or if he loses, then no big deal. But I guess we're going to start off with the 28th games, tomorrow games, or today now. Got Central Arkansas in Missouri. They're playing in Missouri, so I got to go with Missouri.
And I'm right there at Grump.
And
I'm going with Missouri.
They've done a lot of work on that field, and every time I go to the VA, I always drive by there, and I'll park right across the street from it. But they have worked their butts off on that place. And I guess the next one's going to be Boise State in South Florida. I'm going to go with Boise State on that one. I think.
That's one we're going to disagree on.
We got an impasse here, Steve.
Uh-oh.
I'm gonna go with South Florida on that one. I think I'll take Boise State.
Then we got the big game. We got Texas and Ohio State coming on the 30th.
No, based on
I got to go with Ohio State.
I was going to say, based on the fact that you picked Ohio State to go all the way, you have to pick Ohio State, right?
I do, man. I got to stick with them. You know, they picked up some players and got a good backfield and everything. I think they're going to do it this year.
Mm-hmm.
Steve, I'm going to Texas. I just think Ohio State lost too many players off that national championship thing to bounce back in a big game like this. And I think Texas, even though they're rated number one, and I don't see them going all the way because, my picks for Penn State. But, on this game, I'm going to go with Texas.
Gotcha.
Then we got Alabama and Florida State. I'm going to go with Alabama.
I was leaning Florida State, but since they're playing at Alabama, I'm going to go with Grump.
All right. Then we got Syracuse and Tennessee. Tennessee all the way on that one. I don't think Syracuse can pull that one off. And they're playing in Tennessee, so.
Then you're going to Tennessee. I'm going to Tennessee as well.
Then we got LSU and Clemson. I'm going to pick LSU. I think they've pumped a lot of money and players and teams in the team and for this year, and I think they got a good shot at doing well. And they got a tough schedule too. I was looking at their schedule. It's nothing easy. So Clemson's not so much. It's kind of an easy schedule there, I think. But I'm gonna go with LSU.
So was that So you had 5 games picked there. So was LSU Clemson? Is that one of the bonus picks, or are you picking 6 games? Or
no, that's 6. That's a 6. We're gonna do 10 games and a bonus.
Okay.
And Grump, you're going with LSU, right? And I think that game's been played at Clemson. I'm going to go with Clemson.
All right.
Klubnik's the returning quarterback, and I think Dabo was going to have him all fired, and his receivers all fired up. Plus, they've got Lincoln Riley's brother. I forget what his name is. He's supposed to be a pretty darn good offensive coordinator, so. And he's been there a couple of years, so I'm going with Clemson.
Mm-hmm.
We got Auburn and Baylor playing on the 30th. I got to go with Auburn on that one.
And I'm right there with Grump. I'm going with Auburn as well.
Then we got Colorado State and Washington State. I'm going to go with Washington State. I think.
Or is that Washington or Washington State, Grump?
That's Washington State.
Okay, Washington State, not Washington.
No, it says Washington State here on the doodad here. Wait a minute. Let me make sure that.
Yeah, you better make sure. I thought it was the Huskies.
It could be. I thought it said.
Well, because if it's Washington State, I'm going to go complete opposite of you. But if it's Washington, I'm going to Washington.
I do believe that it is. Where are you at here? Just saw it. We'll jump on the next one here while I'm looking at that one. Looking for this one here. Let's see here. TCU and North Carolina.
I'm going to go with North Carolina. Bill Belichick's first game.
Yep, that's one I got. I'm going to go with them. I think Belichick, I think he's going to have to prove something there pretty quick, so we'll go with that. Let's see here. Notre Dame, Miami.
Probably against my better judgment because they're playing at home. They got that Georgia quarterback, or Beck, I believe it is. I'm going to go with Miami.
And that's Washington. I'm going to go with Washington there. You going to Miami, huh?
Yep.
Okay. And then your sleeper game. Who you want?
So who are you taking on the Miami Notre Dame? You taking Notre Dame?
Notre Dame. Yeah. I'm gonna go with Notre Dame.
Okay, on that Colorado State, Washington. I'm going to go with Washington as well.
So that is Washington, not Washington State, you're saying?
Correct. The Washington Huskies.
Yeah.
So you're both going with Washington there?
Correct.
Yep.
Okay.
Then on Miami, Notre Dame, I'm going Miami. He's going. How many differences have we got right there? One of us is going to be crying in a dang beer.
So you got one. Yeah.
Let's see here.
I'm seeing at least 3.
1, 2, 3, 4. You got 4 games different here. You got you took.
Yep.
Let's see here. You took South Florida. You took Texas. You took Clemson, and you took Miami.
Yep. Okay, my sleeper game that I'm picking is South Carolina and Virginia Tech. I'm saying South Carolina's going to win that.
All right. I got Georgia Tech and Colorado Buffaloes. I'm going to go with the Buffaloes and see how that works out. But, that's just a bonus game winner, just add to it or nothing, So that's just a bonus game for us.
In other words, if South Carolina beats Virginia Tech, Grump don't get a loss with Virginia Tech because he's not picking this game. Same thing with the Georgia Tech, Colorado. If Colorado wins, I don't get a loss because I'm not picking that game. You understand what we're saying, Steve?
Gotcha.
He's going to pick his game. I'm going to pick mine. It'll just be
one bonus point for the winner.
Just a game like
bonus point or no point.
Right. 1 point for the winner, but no point on the loss for the opposer.
Okay.
In other words, but if Virginia Tech beats South Carolina, that's a loss for me. If they win South Carolina, that's an extra win for me. Yep. Trust me, we know what we're talking about, Steve.
I get
you. You're talking to prognosticator.
Well, I got a pause there.
USA Radio News, I'm Anthony Lucero. Faith leaders in Minneapolis spoke on the deadly school shooting which occurred today. Father Eric Rutten of the Archdiocese of St. Paul and Minneapolis says he's doing whatever he can.
Parents in great anxiety and grief, as you can imagine. So just kind of wailing and crying. And
the shooting happened during a mass at the Annunciation Catholic Church in the south side of the city. The school teaches pre-K through 8th grade. 2 families of victims in the Brian Kohberger murders want a judge to prevent more photos and videos of the crime scene to be released.
Some law enforcement body camera video has been released, but video of bedrooms was blacked out. The families of victims Madison Mogen and Ethan Chapin will ask a judge Thursday to prevent the release of video and photos that shows more details of the crime scene. The families say they got their relief when Kohberger was sentenced to prison, but the release of crime scene photos are causing emotional trauma.
Ready to take the wheel of your future? With Transport Enterprise Leasing, you could start for just $500 down. Get new equipment, expert support, and a path to ownership, all with one of the lowest upfront costs in the industry. Whether you're starting out or leveling up, TEL is here to help you succeed. Visit tel360.com or call 866-404-6289. Use promo code OVERNIGHT100 to get rolling today.
At Hotshot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
stiction.
Found throughout the oil system, stiction is the sticky friction that negatively impacts your engine's ability to function at an optimal level. The molecular structure of oil is a hydrocarbon. The engine's extreme heat, tight tolerances, and high pressure cause the oil to break down and release hydrogen, leaving behind varnish, a carbon-based deposit. The varnish clings to the engine's moving parts, creating drag on the turbocharger, oil pump, and pistons. Symptoms of stiction include a rough idle and the loss of fuel economy and performance. Hotshot Secret Stiction Eliminator delivers a 98% clean rating in third-party scrub tests. Its synthetic cleaner plus nano lubricant contains no harmful solvents and is formulated to be left in the engine to safely dissolve stiction for thousands thousands of miles. It works as you drive.
Stiction Eliminator is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Truckers, meet the Speedmax Pro Max, the tire built for serious hauls and serious peace of mind. With rugged construction and performance you can count on, Pro Max is made for the long road ahead. And here's the best part. It comes with an 8-year warranty. That's right, 8 years of confidence, mile after mile. Ask Speedmax. Drive far. Drive strong. For more info, call 860-436-4100 or buy online at digitire.com. When your injectors fail, your truck and your paycheck stop moving. At Industrial Injection, we remanufacture diesel injectors to perform better than brand new. Tighter specs, cleaner fuel delivery, and tested in-house by diesel experts. Plus, we build turbos, pumps, engine kits, and more, all backed by over 40 years in the diesel industry. It doesn't matter if you're running on modern common rail or legacy mechanical. We've got you covered. Call 800-955-0476 or visit industrialinjection.com. Knowledge you trust. Quality you depend on. Tired of the guesswork when it comes to your load weight? With RightWay, stay in control on the road and on the DOT's good side. From onboard load scales to Bluetooth-enabled monitoring, RightWay helps truckers and fleets cut down on time, fines, and fuel waste, all without hitting the scale. Smarter hauling starts here. Want more details? Head over to RWLS.com. RightWay. Drive more, scale less.
All right, back at it here, back on schedule. Welcome back, gentlemen.
Thank you, sir. And we was going over, and we got 4 picks different, correct?
Correct.
Yep.
Yep.
So, with me going 4-1 last week, I can afford to lose 3 games and not come out stinking. Me and Grump will be right back there nose to nose.
Right.
That's the fun part about thrashing your opponent. Now, if Grump gets a thrashing this week, well, I'm going to be sitting in tall cotton. I'm going to have lots of games to play with.
Yeah, it'll take me a while to catch up, won't it?
Yeah, you'll be
I
down
ain't gonna tap
there.
out, though, brother. I ain't going to tap out.
No, this is to the bitter end, my friend, and this ain't the end, my friend. So,
hey, it's only,
well,
it's only week number
confusing,
1.
you
Is it typical to have like 2 weekends like this to start the season to stretch it all out?
Yes.
Okay.
With Labor Day and everything.
Mm-hmm.
They're actually calling this week 1, even though it's not. It's week 2. It was an insult to the teams that played last week. Hell, to me, that was week 1.
Mm-hmm.
College football. But when you look at the slate of games, am I correct, Grump? It shows this being week 1.
Yeah. Yeah, I think I was reading on that where those early games were just they just had so damn many games that they had to kind of bust that up a little bit. But if you look at all the games that's played over the next 3 days, it's a mess of games.
Yep.
I mean, it is a bunch of games.
And this early in the season to have that many big head-to-head games, and it's like I told Grump, even if Ohio State loses, it's like I told you last year, you want to lose early. That's the most definite thing you want to do if you lose, if you're fighting for a playoff spot. And, I ain't sure how many teams are they going with the 16-team format this year? I can't remember.
For the playoffs?
Yeah.
I think they are. I think that's what they're staying with that. I think I believe they are.
So
and,
last year was it 16 or was it 12 or 14?
It was 16. I'm pretty sure it was 16 last year.
All right.
Let's see.
And that's kind of what allowed Ohio State, because after they lost to Michigan, they had dropped down. By having that many teams in, they had to win 3 big games in a row. Recall that? Three big games,
right?
To make it in.
Did they? I know they lost to Michigan, but did they lose to Oregon last year too? Or did they play them in the regular season? I mean, in the regular season.
Now, I believe let's see, was it last year they had the? I think last year it was the 12 team, and that now this year they want to do the 16 team.
Right.
Because they wanted to expand it out for the.
That might ought to eliminate some of that what everybody was crying about, the damn strength of schedule.
Yeah.
You know, like Captain Ron's mangy Wolverines. You know, I say, Captain Ron, I'm jealous. I picked Ohio State to win national championship last year, and then you give who's that he sent that race car to, Steve? Help me out.
Buckeye boy.
Yeah. Why did you send him? He you remember he was a nervous ninny about that game. He had his doubts. And you sent him a car. How about sending me one with the OU logo on it? Yes, sir. I'll tell you what, Captain Ron. Next week, Oklahoma and Michigan plays. And I'm going to make a special bet with you. If OU beats Michigan, I want one of them cars with the OU emblem on it. If Michigan beats OU, I'll send you a $25 check. Let me know.
All right. And I did a quick search here, and here's the breakdown. It says the playoffs, 12 teams for 24 and 25 season, a 16-team format will be implemented likely for the next contract, which starts in 2026. So is this considered the 25-26 season or the 26 season?
Right. I think or unless they mean the 26 season, this is considered the 25 season.
Okay.
So that'll be 26. They'll stick with the old format they had last year, and then next year they'll change it.
Yep.
The SEC is the one that wants. They've been really pushing that 16-team season, model, and the Big Ten is the one that's fighting it, trying to stop it. So I don't know. It's going to be kind of crazy to have 5 divisions or 5. I think it's 5 divisions that they have on the conference here that they
conference champs, yes,
champions.
Yep.
Yeah, and because they're going to be. Well, it still could be I don't know. We'll see,
everybody
see what the hell happens.
Was crying that Alabama got left out last year, and I felt like all the teams that needed to be in it were in it, and because you got to have a conference champion in the playoffs, and then usually the format it should be. At that point, it should be probably your second runner-up in your conference. But they I don't think they quite did that last year. They started going with that strength of schedule stuff.
Yeah, that was something that I think it threw me off because I was kind of looking at it. I was like, what the hell are they doing now? And right. I don't know, man. I've looked, looking over all these games and stuff, all the teams that are playing. It's some of them's got some really, really weak schedules. I mean, they just, I don't know how in the hell they.
Well, if you look at Penn State, if they're going by strength of schedule, Penn State will fall down in the category there. I can assure you from looking at their schedule. Penn State schedule reminds me of Indiana's schedule last year.
Yeah.
Remember, Indiana got in there and everybody was screaming their strength schedule. They shouldn't have got in there because you had 3 Big Ten teams. You had Ohio State, Penn State, and Indiana in there. And then you had your independent, which was Notre Dame, which played all the Big Ten teams. And I think LSU was the only team that they played last year. And they beat them last year. But yeah, we got a lot of teams this year that's going to really do some shaking things up. I look for big things out of Texas A&M. That's those senior heat waves boys, so I'm sure they're going to do him proud.
I'm just kind of curious about how Arch Manning's going to do. I mean, he, his
old grandpa's got him ready.
Yeah, he's putting up some numbers, but he's putting up some numbers. But hell, he's this is the show, man. We'll see what happens. The big leagues.
Or is Arch is his daddy? Well, he's Peyton Manning's brother, right? Arch is. He's the youngest of the Manning boys. So his dad and his brothers, he's prepared. Guarantee you. I see where Ron Dave's wanting the crowd to be loud. They're not going to shake him. The boy, he got his composure. He's ready. He's ready for this big game. No doubt in my mind. We'll find out.
One of the curious articles that I read on him was even in this first game here with Ohio is that Arch Manning has a hell of an arm. I mean, he can hit the long bombs and stuff like that. And one of the articles that I was reading there on that was I think it wasn't ESPN. I'd have to look it up again, but they was talking about the defenders on the backs on and the safeties on Ohio State was if he tries those long bombs and stuff against these guys, that he's going to wind up getting a lot of picks because that's they got some of the strongest in college football on free safeties and on defensive backs and stuff. So it's going to be an interesting game. It really is. I might have to park for that one.
No, it was Steve. But like I said, if Captain Ron is interested on a little thing like that,
a little side wager.
Like I say, but we'll talk about that next week because Oklahoma will be playing Michigan next week. So
all right.
Anyway, that's all I've got, Grump, Steve, and the prognosticator. I expect to be winning again by this weekend, Grump, and I will have mercy on your soul. So I'm out of here.
It's all right. I'll call you back here after a while, Steve. We'll talk a little bit of problems.
Some of the more somber things that are going on. And if you call me at midnight, me at midnight Saturday night, there's no guarantee I'll be up to answer the phone.
No, you don't want me disturbing you, huh? All right, quick, Steve. I went and did something today. And I'm still shaking my head why I did it, but I did it. And I went and bought me 50 shares of Cracker Barrel stock. So I hope everybody will get off Cracker Barrel's ass and to put their money where your mouth is and let's start investing in that company. Now, they've done an about face. Let's show them.
They heard the outcry.
They're our favorite restaurant. Yep. Yes. So, did he hang up on us, Grump?
No, no, he's still here.
I'm here.
You still there, Steve?
Yeah.
Oh, I was getting ready to call you bad names. I'm glad. But anyway, I think I'll make some money. I told the broker, I said, okay, we're buying it here. If it goes here, I want to sell. So here's hoping everybody will get off Cracker Barrel's behind and start investing a little money in them and show them that we appreciate them leaving our favorite go-to comfort food restaurant alone.
Mm-hmm.
I'm just kind of curious. That wasn't some kind of a stock stunt to get the stocks back up the way it should be, because at one time it was over $70 a share, and then it dropped down to 40. And I don't know. I unless they get rid of them idiots that's running Cracker Barrel.
I think they've learned their lesson. I really do. But it remains to be seen. Either I just lost a whole bunch of damn money, or I'm going to be.
No, you ain't going to lose any money. I think it's going to hover right there where it's at. So you'll probably still get some, money off some.
Well, it pays good dividends. Oh yeah, I've got the dividends being reinvested, so it pays real good. Or at least I think I'm gonna say 25 cents a share is what I was saying, something like that. And they paid as high as $1 a share, so that ain't bad.
No.
Better than what I get with my money sitting at the Federal Credit Union. So
yeah. I've always invested in a lot of, diversified in a lot of stocks and stuff, and just I don't know. It's I never really look at them. I just leave them alone. I did.
Well, I went through Edward Jones, and I know I'm putting a plug in for him, Steve. Edward Jones investment group.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, Edward Jones. Because I told him after I made so much off this, which I'm confident I'm gonna make some money, I'm gonna turn around and roll that into S&P 500, and that's a bunch of diversified stocks. So I think the guy knows what he's done. So I'm real happy with my broker. So anyway, that's on the financial front. That's where I'm at. So Grump, appreciate it. I guess when are we gonna call back in? Tuesday.
Tuesday. Yeah, Tuesday.
Okay.
We'll be out Monday.
Yep, we'll be out Monday morning. So yeah,
All
Tuesday
right,
morning.
Steve, I got my marching orders not to bug you on the weekend.
I was just kidding. You're lucky. I was.
You know who your damn friends are.
You notice I didn't have the phone. The princess picked up the phone. I don't have that phone with me very often.
Right,
Ed.
you was in the so everybody knows that you work. That you was in the office, which is the studio, working.
Yep.
And so that ought to tell everybody you take your job serious. And you're prepping 2-3 days ahead of time.
Always. Yep.
So
yep.
Anyway.
That's probably where he keeps the damn skull busters at.
That too.
No, I think he was in there working this day.
It's a combination.
But I had to call and tell him, Grump, that I'll give you a panty whooping.
He had to call and gloat.
We had a good laugh on Grump's behalf, didn't we, Steve?
Yeah, we did. Yeah.
Okay, guys. Y'all be safe, and we'll talk to you too. Grump, I'll holler at you later.
Have a good weekend. We'll talk to you in a bit there, Grump. Yeah, I know he's going to chime in about some of the serious things going on. Hello to Larry. Good afternoon. Hammer down. Be safe. Looking at 60 degrees, Platteville, New York. Hello to Central Alabama. There's Jerry, 67 degrees. Feels great for an August night. Thank you, Hot Shot Secret, for sponsoring such a great guy and his show. We appreciate that a bunch. Kevin is on board. Morning, Steve, the overnight crew. Hello to the Ice Cream Man in Roland, Oklahoma, with 65 degrees. Now, let's see. Hello, Steve, and the entire Hot Shot Nation. There's Tony from Southeast Illinois along the banks of the Ohio River. A crisp, beautiful night here. Bob in Michigan. Hi there. Hello to Evan. Top of the morning or evening, Steve. Who we got? Bill. Morning, Steve. Everybody, happy Thursday. 55 here in Beaver Dam, Wisconsin on the Pizza Shuttle Express. Waiting for that 3-day weekend. This is the first trucking company I've worked for that has these artificial intelligence two-way cameras. Boy, the camera red lights me when I'm doing the right thing. I don't understand these gadgets. Anyway, have a great night. Drivers, be safe out there. All right, let's see. Ice Cream Man said, I posted a picture of the chicken choker truck and a picture of my ice cream truck with ice cream music on the Overnight Drive Facebook page there. I'll have to check that out. All right. Howdy, Overnight Drive Nation. There's Eskimo Mom. Happy Friday Eve or Thirsty Thursday, 24 hours or so till amateur weekend. Look out. 91 days till Thanksgiving, 162, and it'll be a new year. Got the usual run tonight. Decent night for trailer trucking, except for road work near Troy, Dayton, and in Cincinnati that all have some lane closures. We've got clear skies, 63 degrees on Interstate 75, northern Kentucky. Be safe out there, drivers. Hey, speaking of lane closures, Tennessee, as has been a customary practice, they say, The Department of Transportation announcing this week that they will halt all lane closure activity on interstates and state routes for the Labor Day holiday travel period. Construction crews will stop all closure activity at noon Friday, August 29, until 6 a.m. Tuesday, September 7. This will provide maximum roadway capacity for motorists traveling during the Labor Day holiday. It is always a busy time. We want to ensure the thousands of travelers using the roadways during this period arrive at their destinations quickly and safely, not impeded by construction delays. Now, they do say, please pay attention. There will still be some construction zones with active workers, just not the lane closures over portions of the weekend. So don't be speeding through the construction zone feeling like there are no workers present. All right, there you go. Heads up.
Transport Enterprise Leasing, founded by a U.S. Army veteran, proudly supports those who've served. Veterans receive a $750 discount on their lease deposit with 24/7 maintenance support, national parts discounts, and interest-free financing. TEL is committed to your success. Call 866-404-6289 and use promo code OVERNIGHT100 or visit tel360.com.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
Turbochargers spool time.
Turbochargers force compressed air into the combustion chamber where temperatures can reach 400 degrees. The oil surrounding the bearings will burn, leaving behind a sticky residue called stiction. Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator cleans the turbo bearings, building maximum boost sooner.
Available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Truckers, meet the Speedmax Pro Max, the tire built for serious hauls and serious peace of mind. With rugged construction and performance you can count on, Pro Max is made for the long road ahead. And here's the best part. It comes with an 8-year warranty. That's right, 8 years of confidence, mile after mile. Ask Speedmax. Drive far. Drive strong. For more info, call 860-436-4100 or buy online at digitire.com. Your factory fuel filter is letting you down. AirDog heavy-duty diesel fuel systems don't just filter your fuel. The AirDog fully optimizes your truck's fuel system for peak efficiency. The factory-provided filter simply removes particulates and water from fuel. The AirDog system removes all contaminants, including entrained air, water, and particulates, and feeds the engine pump with optimal pressure. Check out airdogdiesel.com to learn how you can capture every bit of performance and efficiency from your fuel system.
Okay, around the country, as always, it's 844-844-3388. Yeah, well, we'll get through the news break, top of the hour here, come back. Plenty of room for you at 844-844-3388. The latest on the Catholic school shooting. A lot of information has come out throughout the day. The identity of the shooter, who was obviously a psychopath, a transgender psychopath, left a multi-page, very hate-filled, anti-Christian, anti-Jew, a letter behind, posted a really bizarre video that was kind of like pre-programmed to begin playing on YouTube right about the time the shooting was unfolding, but ultimately using a rifle, shooting through the windows of the Catholic Church school as a group of children celebrating Mass. It was the first week of school there. As I mentioned a bit ago, two dead, 17 wounded. The latest act of violence, which the police chief there called absolutely incomprehensible. Again, so they've confirmed the identity of the shooter. There was some association with this particular church and school. Apparently, the mother of the shooter was actually an employee there at some point in time. That's been divulged in the last few hours. So we'll give you all the details coming up here. Hello to the beach bum. Check it in. 78 degrees in Ocala, Florida tonight. We still have our flip-flops and swimsuits on for the upcoming weekend. Yeah, it's going to be plenty warm there, but you're going to have a lot of rain in Florida, from what I'm understanding. Going to be kind of a soggy weekend for folks headed to the beaches. Hey, for 2 decades, TEL has helped owner-operators grow their business with trusted leasing and financing options. Learn more at tel360.com.
With Transport Enterprise Leasing, you're in the driver's seat, literally. Choose your carrier or operate under your own authority and drive a truck that works as hard as you do. Ready to roll? Use promo code OVERNIGHT100 and get $100 off your first lease payment. Call TEL now at 866-404-6289. That's 866-404-6289. And let's get you on the road to ownership.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator.
Stiction, that sticky friction, undermines the performance of diesel engines and is difficult to remove from the oil system. Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator is a powerful synthetic cleaner that targets stiction, contains no harmful solvents, and is formulated to be left in the engine to safely dissolve stiction for thousands of miles. It works as you drive. Our proprietary carbon nano lubricant is blended with Stiction Eliminator, filling in microscopic irregularities inside your engine, providing a smoother surface for enhanced lubricity, reducing friction and wear. Third-party ASTM testing verifies that Stiction Eliminator removes 2 times as much stiction than any alternative on the retail shelf. Use Stiction Eliminator to solve an existing problem or as a preventative maintenance.
Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator, available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Truckers, meet the Speedmax Pro Max, the tire built for serious hauls and serious peace of mind. With rugged construction and performance you can count on, Pro Max is made for the long road ahead. And here's the best part. It comes with an 8-year warranty. That's right, 8 years of confidence, mile after mile. Ask Speedmax. Drive far. Drive strong. For more info, call 860-436-4100 or buy online at digitire.com.
USA Radio News, I'm Anthony Lucero. Family members are speaking out after a shooting at a Minneapolis school. This father described his morning.
Obviously, as any parent, I immediately left work and was a nervous wreck. I can't imagine some of these parents. My heart goes out to them. But I was just shocked and disbelieved that this is happening.
Police say a man started shooting at a church filled with children during a mass at the Annunciation Catholic Church in the south side of the city. Minneapolis Police Chief Brian O'Hara said the deceased children died while praying in the pews. 14 of the wounded are children. O'Hara says the gunman killed himself. Images show countless parents holding and hugging their crying children while being reunited. Lawyers for Kilmar Abrego Garcia are seeking asylum for the Salvadorian immigrant.
Abrego Garcia's lawyers have filed an emergency motion to reopen his case before an immigration judge to seek asylum in the U.S. Abrego Garcia was living legally in Maryland when he was accidentally deported back to El Salvador last March. He was returned to U.S. authorities and released from custody on Friday. On Monday, though, Abrego Garcia was arrested again and is now being threatened with deportation to Uganda. A U.S. district judge, however, is blocking customs officials from deporting him. I'm Tammy Trujillo.
The foreign minister of Denmark is accusing the U.S. of running an influence campaign in Greenland.
In a statement, Foreign Minister Lars Rasmussen said they are aware of foreign actors who continue to show an interest in Greenland and its position in the Kingdom of Denmark. Rasmussen said any attempt to interfere in the internal affairs of the kingdom will, of course, be, quote, unacceptable. He also said he has summoned the top U.S. diplomat in Denmark for a meeting. President Trump believes the U.S. needs to take control of Greenland for strategic purposes. I'm Rory O'Neill.
Wall Street closed with stocks higher.
At the closing bell, the Dow Jones Industrial Average gaining 147 points, the S&P 500 rose by 15 points, and the Nasdaq gaining 45 points. I'm Jonathan O'Halloran.
From America's News Network, USA Radio News.
Hi, it's Mark Falter, host of the Financial Fitness Show. I strongly believe that no one should ever pay 1 penny more in taxes than they are legally obligated. Unfortunately, for most hardworking Americans, this just isn't the case. Why? Because most people spend more time planning next weekend's getaway than trying to ensure they're going to pay less in taxes. My Financial Fitness team has put together some materials that I know are going to help you. It's the Tax Savings Kit. Tax Savings Kit includes 3 things: free tax analysis, top 10 ways to pay less in taxes, and an investor's guide to taxes. Now, how do you get it? Simple. 866-764-2635. Again, 866-764-2635. I'm Mark Falter. This is Financial Fitness, making personal finance profitable.
The Michigan House has passed a $78 billion budget for fiscal year 2026 on a 59-45 vote to set up negotiations with the state Senate, which passed its budget this past spring.
House Speaker Matt Hall of Richland says their budget includes $3.4 billion for roads without raising taxes.
We've identified $5 billion of waste, fraud, and abuse in the state budget, and today the House passed a budget that cuts all of that waste, fraud, and abuse and sets better priorities for your tax dollars.
The Senate budget, however, was passed before the federal budget bill was approved. John Summers, USA Radio News.
With school starting in New York next week, Nassau County is launching what they call the first-in-the-nation technology to help police respond more quickly to school shootings and other incidents.
Nassau County Executive Bruce Blakeman making that announcement Wednesday, coincidentally, on the same day as the church tragedy involving students in Minneapolis.
Our number one job is to protect our kids.
Attention, our school is now in lockdown.
Plain Edge schools in Massapequa now have live camera feeds and devices in every classroom and bathroom to alert police in real time to dangerous incidents. Nassau Police Commissioner Kevin Catalina.
The last thing we want is kids reporting from inside a school what's going on.
The county has also assembled a new strategic response team made up of 40 police officers. I'm Sarah Lee Kessler.
And I'm Anthony Lucero, USA Radio News.
Many Americans are currently celebrating the election of Donald J. Trump. If you'd like a deep dive look into the mass movement behind his political success, visit TrumpWorld.net to get your complimentary digital copy of the Trump World Bookazine from The New American. It's a 96-page special collector's edition, and for a limited time you can receive the digital edition for free. Visit TrumpWorld.net today for your free digital copy of Trump World. That's TrumpWorld.net.
At TEL, we know what it takes to succeed as an owner-operator because we were founded by one. The big secret? Affordable new trucks. New equipment keeps you moving, improves cash flow, and delivers reliability. For over 20 years, we've helped drivers take the next step in their careers. Call TEL at 866-404-6289 and use promo code OVERNIGHT100. We look forward to meeting you.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
product claims without proof.
Real proof is found from third-party testing by a recognized, credible source. The Ohio State University Center of Automotive Research found a 3.6% increase in highway driving fuel economy from Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator, an oil additive. That's proof.
Available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
The Overnight Drive with Steve Summers, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios. Call Steve now, 844-844-3388. That's 844-844-3388.
Welcome back. Welcome aboard. It's a brand new day. Time zone to time zone. Crossing over into the 28th day of August. So we got a Thursday coming on, a Friday Eve. And I would say, come midday Friday. In particular, highways will get very, very busy. A lot of folks tend to work maybe like a half day. When you're rolling into a 3-day weekend, get that early start, headed out to their various destinations around the country to say farewell to summer. So, how about a look around the country? What are we anticipating weather-wise? Yeah, despite it being the unofficial end of summer, summer-like heat's going to be sticking around for areas out west, from Washington to Southern California. You're still going to be in the lower 80s for highs, all the way up in places like Boise, Idaho. Upper 90s in Central California. Yeah, lower 100s in some of the desert locations like Las Vegas, Nevada. Now, actually, these are pretty much near or maybe just a tad bit above normal for this time of year. And it's going to be mainly dry. Rain-free conditions for Saturday through Labor Day Monday for most along the West Coast. One exception, maybe a few showers in Washington for the first half of the weekend. Now, when you move a little further to the east, that's going to be a zone you got to keep an eye to the sky. The potential for thunderstorms, Texas and New Mexico. Northwest into Colorado. Could see a few rounds of thunderstorms. And the possibility of some flash flooding issues, especially in the Rockies. Yeah, most of the thunderstorm activity will be in the afternoon and evening hours. Pretty common with the monsoon season. Doesn't look like any one area is going to be a total washout for the weekend, but if you do have outdoor plans, check back for updates and head indoors or find shelter at the first rumble of thunder. And then, of course, for those late summer vacationers headed to the Gulf Coast and the southeastern Atlantic coastal areas, looks like rain is going to be in the offing. Experts monitoring an area of thunderstorms, which they've been for several days, that's going to move from the northern Gulf of America across the Florida Peninsula and then over to the Atlantic across the weekend. Florida, southern Alabama, southern Georgia, now forecast to have the most direct impact. Depending on the storm's track, impacts could reach the Carolina coastline. Regardless of any tropical development with that system, there will be the heightened risk for rough surf and rip currents along the southeast coast from northern Florida all the way up the eastern seaboard toward the Delmarva Peninsula, according to the folks at AccuWeather. Meanwhile, we're going to get an early fall preview for the Great Lakes in the Northeast. Kind of what we've been dealing with the last couple of days here. All right, the latest Minneapolis Police Chief Brian O'Hara confirmed the shooter's identity as a 23-year-old Robin Westman of Richfield, Minnesota. Yeah, used to be Robert Westman. In other words, a transgender in this case. Armed with a rifle, a shotgun, and a pistol, approached the side of the church and began firing dozens of rounds through the windows toward the children sitting in the pews during Mass at the Annunciation Catholic School. Yeah, the police said the gunman then killed himself. The guns used were legally purchased. This was a deliberate act of violence against innocent children and other people worshiping. The sheer cruelty and cowardice of firing into a church full of children is incomprehensible, according to the chief, who noted that a wooden plank was placed to barricade some of the side doors so they couldn't get out. Now, authorities found a smoke bomb but no explosives at the scene. 2 children perished, an 8-year-old and a 10-year-old. Others injured were between the ages of 6 and 15. 2 injured adults were in their 80s. All those are expected to recover. President Trump, reacting via Truth Social, said he'd been fully briefed on the tragic shooting. The FBI quickly responded, and they are on the scene. Governor Walz called the violence horrific, stating he had been briefed on the shooting and will continue to provide updates as we get more information. The BCA and State Patrol on the scene. FBI Director Kash Patel said the FBI is investigating this shooting as an act of domestic terrorism and a hate crime targeting Catholics. Now, O'Hare said Westman did not really have an extensive known criminal history. Bill Bindman, who lives a couple blocks away and has long attended Mass at this particular church, said he heard dozens of shots, perhaps 50 or more, kind of extended over about a 4-minute period. He said he was shocked. No way that could be gunfire, he said. Yeah, there was so much of it. It was sporadic, though. Yeah, he said his daughter said she attended the school from kindergarten to 8th grade. She finished in 2014. After hearing of the shooting, she said very shaken. Her boss told her take the day off. The school was evacuated. Students' families later directed to a reunification zone. Outside, heavy uniformed law enforcement presence where uniformed children in their dark green shirts or dresses trickling out of the school with their parents or caregivers. Yeah, the main trauma hospital in Minneapolis, Hennepin Healthcare, received 11 patients, including 9 children, 6 to 14 years old, and the 2 adults. 4 of those patients were taken to operating rooms. Children's Minnesota, a pediatric trauma hospital, said in a statement that 5 children were admitted there. During a 1923, dating back to 1923, this school, the pre-kindergarten through 8th grade, had an all-school mass scheduled for this past morning. So everyone was there. Monday was actually the first day of school. A recent social media post from the school showed children smiling at the back-to-school events, holding up some of their summer projects, playing together, enjoying ice pops. Indeed, first day of school was Monday. So let me give you a little more about the shooter. 23-year-old Robin Westman. According to the court documents, at the age of 17, Robert Westman changed his legal name to Robin because the documents state the minor child identified as female and wanted her name to reflect the identification. The application for a name change of a minor was filed by the mother, and the court granted that request in 2020. A targeted attack on Catholic churchgoers. The New York Post confirmed the suspect name. Police investigating where an apparent video manifesto, which had again appeared on YouTube, has since been taken down. Many social media initially were speculating before it was confirmed that the shooter was transgender. Photos of him wearing earrings and what appears to be makeup. There were messages scrolled on the weapons, one of which said, "Kill Donald Trump." A screenshot from the manifesto also shows a sticker with a trans flag and a rifle reading, "Defend Equality." There are 3 various clips circulating on social media showing the alleged manifesto signed by Robin Westman, with the collection of guns, anti-Christian phrases scribbled in silver Sharpie on the magazines and barrels. According to the Daily Wire, YouTube removed the video at approximately 11 a.m. Eastern this past morning. Screenshot shows that the clip was posted earlier on Wednesday with a caption that read, "So long and thanks for all the fish." 844-844-3388. Get a quick timeout and get your thoughts. Of course, much else to cover with industry headlines and other events going on around us. Florida's Attorney General thanking the president for acting swiftly to combat illegal driver's licenses in that state, which has been a big story all week. Updates on tariff negotiations and so much more as we make our way into a Thursday. Good to have you with us, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
Thinking about becoming your own boss? Transport Enterprise Leasing makes it easy with new trucks, 24/7 maintenance support, and now you can save right from the start. Use promo code OVERNIGHT100 to get $100 off your first lease payments. Call TEL today at 866-404-6289 or visit tel360.com and take the first step toward owning your success. Looking to stretch every mile and every dollar? Go with Speedmax tires, designed specifically for U.S. roads and built tough for long hauls. With a best-in-class mileage-to-cost ratio, you'll get more miles, fewer swaps, and more money in your pocket. Built strong, priced smart. That's Speedmax. Speedmax, built for the long haul, priced for the smart hauler. For more info, call 860-436-4100 or buy online at digitire.com.
Hello, Big T here with Diesel Power Group. Listen, if your truck's in a repair center and you think it's being misdiagnosed or worse, being overcharged for an overhaul or an engine replacement, you need to stop and call Diesel Power Group now. Allow us to build the DPG solution that is right for you, not the repair center. We have over 4 decades in engine remanufacturing experience and specialize in Caterpillar, Cummins, Detroit, Mack, International, and John Deere. DPG offers an industry-leading warranty and turnaround times. We want to earn your trust every day. Don't believe us? Challenge us today by calling 574-594-5888 or visit us at dieselpowergroup.com and follow us on Instagram and Facebook. We are available 24/7. Mention code 374 and receive a $200 rebate towards your major failure repair.
A new day and see what's going on with the Knuckle Buster. Morning, Knuckle Buster.
Morning, Mr. Steve Summers. Well, I'm sitting on the side of the road with blowed out trailer tire. I've been here 2.5 hours already, but I'm getting paid for it, so $25 an hour, that's not bad for hanging out. I'm still waiting on him to show up, and so we'll see what happens. The company we called to get somebody out here, they said it was going to be at least another hour, so that's all right. I'll just go back to bed here in a little bit there. Let's give a simplified shout out to Truck and Field, Captain Ron and Mr. Steve Summers. Y'all call Steve at 844-844-3388. Let's help save his voice a little bit there. Steve, I read today on Popular Science that in Vermont, one man is bringing back payphones back to life. He's an electrical engineer. His name is Patrick Gillot. He refurbishes and retrofits the used payphones that the public can use for free. He doesn't even charge you for it. So that's pretty awesome. But we were talking about the footwear for trucking. Well, it doesn't matter what you wear up inside the truck. It's when you get out of that truck. The general requirements are the employer shall ensure that each affected employee uses protective footwear when working in areas where there is a danger of foot injuries due to falling or rolling objects, or objects piercing the sole, or when the use of protective footwear will protect the affected employee from an electrical hazard such as a static discharge or electrical shock hazard, and that remains after the employer takes other necessary protective measurements. So it's all up to your boss man there, right?
That's correct.
I mean, I don't care if you want to drive. Yeah, I don't care if you want to drive barefoot, flip flop. I care less. You ain't gonna hurt your foot up in the truck there. Well, I thought, I used to like Elizabeth Hurley, but I don't care for her now. Now she's hanging up with Billy Ray Cyrus there. They're a hot item. She sent him a birthday message the other day.
Happy birthday, squirrel man. Is he gonna get her to eating squirrel? I doubt it.
I didn't realize they were an item. I had no idea.
Yeah, well, I don't know. I don't care much for Billy Ray Cyrus anyway, or his daughter, either one there. And in Vermont, there's a man up there that is bringing back payphones, Steve. Can you imagine that? And you can use them for free. Did you know that ketchup was once a diarrhea cure?
No, really?
Yeah, I'll send you the article on that there. That's a pretty neat article on Popular Science there. So it's had several uses throughout the year. And I believe them people over in China actually is the ones that invented it. I don't know. So, but I got some bad things that happened to me today besides this blowed out tire. My doctor's office called today wanting to confirm an appointment. They were Tennessee doctors also. I made myself, Steve. I didn't cuss them out, didn't yell at them. I didn't even remind them that they were the dumbasses that killed my wife. Told them to cancel that appointment and to never call me again. So that's the way it goes there. And I still firmly believe if you want to live a long, prosperous, healthy life, avoid all doctors, lawyers, bankers, preachers, politicians, and especially them damned old truck drivers. And I'll talk to you here a little later on. Hopefully they'll get this thing rolling before the sun comes up.
So to live a long, prosperous life, you have to disassociate from yourself? Is that what you're saying? Truck drivers? No. All right, what else in the mix here? See Grump had some thoughts, as he mentioned, about events of the past day. Welcome back, Grump.
Yeah, thank you. It was amazing how the Democrats right off the bat showed very little remorse, I guess you could say, about the shooting. They started right on top of the gun issue. And Omar, she, being the dumbass that she is, she had talked about forcibly confiscating guns from the people. And then here you had Jeffries. He talked about, there's no room in this United States for weapons of war and all this other garbage. Man, I'll tell you, these people do not learn. And this is one thing now, I might upset a few people about this, but Donald Trump signed an executive order criminalizing the burning of the American flag if it is in conjunction with another crime being committed. For my money, I think that Congress should pass a law prohibiting people from burning the American flag and making it a protected symbol of the United States, which they probably could do. Democrats wouldn't sign on, but, if they had a Republicans in an up or down vote, I think they would do it. But when you start signing executive orders on criminalizing certain things like burning the American flag that the Supreme Court had said was, part of free speech, it's protected speech, then that's going to open the door up for what, and if it's not challenged and removed, and that'll open the door up for probably the Democrats when they take office on doing just exactly what Omar said, removing guns out of the hands of we the people, even though it's a protected right under the Second Amendment. They've tried it several times. Supreme Court's, ruled against them. But when you look at it, Steve, how many times as of lately has people ignored what the Supreme Court has said? It seems to be, look at Joe Biden. I mean, he started that example by telling the Supreme Court really to pound sand that he was going to go ahead and forgive student loans regardless of what they said. So we're teetering here on this this constitutional crisis on what happens, if they start writing executive orders that goes specifically against the Constitution. But look, it makes me sick, man, to see somebody burn the American flag, and I want to walk over and punch them right in their freaking head, and I probably will if I ever see it done. But that's something that I would do. I'm not going to stand there and say, I would rule against this. I mean, it's of course, I respect the Constitution. I took an oath to uphold and defend the Constitution 4 different times. And I don't know, man. I'll tell you, this is some fine lines right here that I don't think we need to cross. I think Congress needs to get off their butts and start writing some protection laws against the burning of the American flag instead of having an executive order. Because, people don't care about executive orders anymore. I mean, honest to God, they don't. It's a point in time where they see so many, from every administration that they just look at it and go, whatever, until it goes to court. And it was like, Trump tried to write an executive order rescinding Barack Obama's executive order for Dreamers. And what happened? The lower court said that it was protected. How in the hell was it protected? It was an executive order. It wasn't written into law. Mm-hmm. And that's one thing.
And executive orders are only good till what? A change of administration or the next president that wants to rescind them, right? Hold the thought there. For 2 decades, Transport Enterprise Leasing has helped owner-operators grow their business with trusted leasing and finance options. Learn more at Tel360.com.
USA Radio News, I'm Anthony Lucero. A mass shooting at a Minneapolis church has left 2 children dead and 17 others wounded. 14 of those wounded are children, 3 adults, all expected to survive.
Once again, in the United States of America, children have been slaughtered with firearms by a person who most likely should have never owned a firearm. In addition to that, 14 other students were injured and a whole community traumatized. We are sending, and sincerely sending, our thoughts and prayers to the families and to the parents who will never see their children again.
Miranda Viscoli, the executive director of New Mexicans to Prevent Gun Violence, speaking exclusively with USA Radio News. The shooter has been identified as 23-year-old Robin Westman, who shot through the church stained glass windows of the Annunciation Church before dying from a self-inflicted gunshot wound. From America's News Network, USA Radio News.
Hey, I'm Brant, and her name is Sherry.
Hello.
She's a friend of mine whom we were just praying for because of a surgery she just went through.
Yes, and I am very happy about something you actually talk about all the time, which is
Medi-Share.
That is right.
Yeah. So what was your experience like with Medi-Share and the healthcare bills?
Honestly, Brant, seamless. And what a blessing that is when you're already nervous about a health issue, which I was.
Yeah.
Members shared my expenses. There were 0 problems. And let me tell you, having people pray with you when you call in with your need, that is just...
It is refreshing.
Yes, that's what it is.
What I keep telling people. People love Medi-Share, and they love saving money. A typical family can save $500 a month.
I am very thankful for Medi-Share. It is so different, and I mean different in a very, very good way.
It is good different. Call now. They're easy to talk to, and you can get a price within 2 minutes. Call 855-SHARE-40. That's 855-SHARE-40. 855-SHARE-40.
Thinking about becoming your own boss? Transport Enterprise Leasing makes it easy with new trucks, 24/7 maintenance support, and now you can save right from the start. Use promo code OVERNIGHT100 to get $100 off your first lease payments. Call Tel today at 866-404-6289 or visit Tel360.com and take the first step toward owning your success.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
Stiction.
Engine oil can break down under extreme heat, leaving behind varnish, a carbon-based deposit that creates drag on the engine's moving parts. This sticky friction is stiction. Symptoms include a rough idle and the loss of fuel economy and performance. Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator is formulated to be left in the engine. It works as you drive.
Stiction Eliminator is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at hotshotsecret.com.
Looking to stretch every mile and every dollar? Go with Speedmax tires. Designed specifically for U.S. roads and built tough for long hauls. With a best-in-class mileage-to-cost ratio, you'll get more miles, fewer swaps, and more money in your pocket. Built strong, priced smart. That's Speedmax. Speedmax, built for the long haul, priced for the smart hauler. For more info, call 860-436-4100 or buy online at digitire.com. We know being over the road isn't easy, but getting parts for your truck can be. Rainey's offers over 100,000 parts and accessories, from chrome to cab comforts, watermelon lights to necessary replacement parts. It's all available on our website. Got questions? Our team of experts has your back from start to finish with unmatched customer service you won't get anywhere else. Head to Rainey's.com to get $25 off any order over $250 with code DRIVE25 at checkout.
Hello, Big T here with Diesel Power Group. Listen, if your truck's in a repair center and you think it's being misdiagnosed or worse, being overcharged for an overhaul or an engine replacement, you need to stop and call Diesel Power Group now. Allow us to build the DPG solution that is right for you, not the repair center. We have over 4 decades in engine remanufacturing experience and specialize in Caterpillar, Cummins, Detroit, Mack, International, and John Deere. DPG offers an industry-leading warranty and turnaround times. We want to earn your trust every day. Don't believe us? Challenge us today by calling 574-594-5888 or visit us at dieselpowergroup.com and follow us on Instagram and Facebook. We are available 24/7. Mention code 374 and receive a $200 rebate towards your major failure repair.
Because Channel 19's a little congested. Call Steve now at 844-844-3388. The Overnight Drive.
All right, back at it here on a Thursday, right? Well, we're making our way into a Thursday, Friday Eve. All right, welcome back, Roby. Left off, so you're kind of saying it's a slippery slope we're on if you start banning things like burning the flag with an executive order.
I think it is. I think it's just going to open the door up for other executive orders, from presidents or to start banning what they don't like and kind of disregarding that part of the Constitution. I think if they're going to do anything, it needs to go in front of Congress. And, of course, the flag should be like the American eagle. It should be a protected symbol. That's my view. Mm-hmm. And if they make it a protected symbol, I mean, who would say something if say there's an archaeological dig somewhere and I didn't like it and just went out there with a sledgehammer and started busting stuff up as a form of protest or, form of expression, would they see it the same way? I don't think so. I think I'd get arrested for destruction of private property or public property if it's on a public lands or something like that. And I see this flag as the same way. I just think that it should be a protected part of our history and of who we are. Mm-hmm. And it needs to go through Congress to do it. For so long, Democrats or liberals has decided that that's a protected form of expression, is to just set it on fire because they believe that goes against the government. No, it goes against we the people. That flag is who we are. And until Congress gets off their ass and actually passes a law, making it a protected symbol, this is what we got to deal with. I can say I'm glad Trump looks at it like this, but I can also say that when you start going down that slippery slope, what other doors are you going to open up for other presidents to start signing executive orders? And if this gets to stand the way it is, how's that going to look? I mean, what's going to happen if they want to remove, pistols, handguns, or if some president says you can't have a firearm or even in a concealed carry in a protected area. It's gonna be a what is this? I got a wreck up here, I guess. It's going to be just one thing after another. And where does it stop? That's my whole point of it. But when you look at this, what went on with these kids and things, this idiot, this nut was a transgender. That should have set off bells and whistles right there that this person is mentally challenged. Has mental issues, and a gun should never been sold to them. So, but yet you look at the Democrats and they want you to participate in this lie of this individual. Just because somebody takes a few hormone pills and grows their hair long and puts on some makeup does not make them a damn woman. I called a security guard, sir, one time that was, a transvestite, dressed up like a lady. He got all kinds of pissed off. Don't call me that again.
Right.
And I said, why? I'm not participating in your lie. You're a dude, whatever. But it's gotta end somewhere. But, I don't know, man. I tell you, it's we're in some trying times here, Steve. I mean, this is going to be a big, I don't know, it's going to be a big discussion point, but, and it very well could be a turning point for what's going on in the country. When you look at Trump right now and what he's done with Washington, D.C. in just a few days, on bringing in the National Guard and so many U.S. Marshals had come in, and Border Patrol, and so many other people that saturated, D.C. I used to deliver in D.C. every week, right on the outskirts there, just right down from Pennsylvania Avenue. And, you never knew what the hell you was going to see. And this is a welcome part of I think people welcomes it more because, we need stability in our nation's capital. We need stability in every city, but we're not going to have it on cashless bills. And I wrote a little thing I put on Facebook tonight, or today, just kind of expressing my opinion about that. Cashless bills doesn't do a damn thing except encourages thugs to continue to be thugs when they can bust you in the face, go to jail, and then they let them out. They can go out and do it again. It's just the way it is. Dope heads, crackheads, people like that, meth, using meth or whatever, that look like zombies. I don't think we ought to be passing out free Narcan. That's another example of let me go ahead and take all the drugs that I want, because if I OD, somebody's going to show up, hit me with some Narcan and get me back to life. And then I can do it all over again. I think you made that choice. When you decide to take dope and you consciously made a decision at one point in your life that you wanted to do this in your life, then you can either live or die by that decision. Why should the American taxpayers have to fork over hundreds of millions of dollars to pay for Narcan on drug heads that have absolutely no desire to get straight? They'll do it up until they die. And for me, it's take it away, let them die. If that's what they want to do, maybe that knowledge in their head right there saying, well, should I do this because I could die from it? Maybe that desire is not as much as they think it is. Same way with the homeless people. You look at all the homeless guys, the people in D.C. and so many other cities that are stealing. They're going in stores, just grabbing stuff, walking out. People just brushes it off. I don't give a rat's ass who they are. They just stole from somebody. Either if they can consciously, and they are sane enough to build themselves a shanty town and to make a decision that they're hungry and they want to go in and steal something to eat, or rob somebody or something like that, then either stick their ass in jail or in an insane asylum. I don't care which one they do it. Just get them off the damn streets and tear them shanty towns down. We've just allowed so much opportunity for this, and now they're raising hell because Trump's trying to clean it up. And the most incompetent people that we have is progressive Democrats. They just don't see any reason whatsoever on locking up minorities, or, they've used this mantra of blaming Whitey for every damn thing. It just sickens me to every time you listen to this garbage about how, they're so just disenfranchised, they haven't had the same opportunities. And I put a little thing on there, about the fact that so many of these fatherless homes, look at 73% of the blacks, black in a single parent household. Yeah, that's horrible. I was lucky. I had a father around to kick me in the butt and tell me what was what, and how to, and I never smarted off to him. I never went to jail or anything like that. I've made it clear, that I was never afraid of the law. I wasn't afraid to do these things. But what I was afraid of was that ass whooping waiting at the house when I got done with the law. And that was enough to keep me in line. But, you got these guys are out here just doing whatever. And I heard some politicians say, carjacking and robberies and things like that, it's just become a part of their society, part of their lives. So we're supposed to accept that?
Right.
And just let them continue doing it? Hell no. Lock their asses up. If their daddy's in jail, put them in the same cell with their father so that they can sit there and have a father-son discussion on where their life went wrong. But why should we suffer because of their societal setbacks? What they think is a setback. No, it's not. They've had the same opportunities as anybody else. It's just other people take the hard way and get off their ass, and they go to work every day. They protect their family, and they try to put money in the bank. They don't go out and take it from people that has worked their asses off. Now, I'm going to tell you something, man, right now, and anybody that bothers me is, like the other night, I was sitting in a place, and the dude come up, and hey, you got money, carrying on. I sat there in the truck, and it took me to actually put the laser dot between his eyes and told him, if you don't get the hell away from me, it's going to be the worst day of your life. And he got the hint and walked off. I'm sick of it, man. I spent so many, I spent years in the military, but the point is that how many times do you have to turn the other cheek, to these thugs and these goons and these people that really don't give a rat's ass about anything, but taken from others? Somebody's told them that that's a normal way of life. Well, we got Donald Trump, stepping in now saying, no, that's not a normal way of life, and your ass is going to go to jail. And that's exactly where it should be. This cashless bill, that was crazy from day one. They said, well, the average poor person, the average minority, and they made it clear that it's a minority, can't afford to get out of jail. Then don't do the damn crime, dumbass. Right. It's that simple, but I don't know, buddy.
And now there's no fear of reprisal. That's what that leads to. No fear of reprisal. So Pappy said it a dozen times. The majority of the crime is being perpetrated by a very, very slim minority of the population. But they're committing crime after crime after crime, one individual impacting the lives of, in many cases, dozens of other people and families and lives. Now, one of the first things that came up, even via the Fox News contributor, Paul Morrow, is obviously the discussion, the news media, pretty much round the clock, the Minneapolis school shooting this past day, started pushing red flag laws. Okay, that's always another topic that comes up. States that have red flag laws. If you suspect someone, if you're concerned about someone purchasing, or someone that owns a weapon that you fear they might use it for doing someone else or even their own bodily harm, that law enforcement comes in and they can take the weapons away. What he failed to mention was, hello, Minnesota has red flag laws. Breitbart News reported as the details begin to emerge. While covering the developing news during the live Fox News broadcast, Morrow referenced the attackers, saying, should this person have had a gun? To which he said, I know very staunch Second Amendment advocates who totally agree with red flag laws. Crazy people should not have guns, period. Your right to a gun is not universal. It's not sacrosanct. He said there's limits on gun ownership. They need to be muscularized, in his word. But again, he did not note Minnesota has a red flag law. A law which Mike Bloomberg affiliated Everytown for Gun Safety refers to as, they call it an extreme risk law. So what we witnessed yesterday is Minnesota's red flag law did not prevent the Catholic school shooting. And by the way, New York has red flag laws. New York's red flag law did not prevent the July 28th Manhattan shooting here just a few weeks ago, or the August 9th Times Square shooting, or the August 17 Brooklyn hookah lounge shooting, all in New York with red flag laws. We'll return into the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
With Transport Enterprise Leasing, you're in the driver's seat, literally. Choose your carrier or operate under your own authority and drive a truck that works as hard as you do. Ready to roll? Use promo code OVERNIGHT100 and get $100 off your first lease payment. Call Tell now at 866-404-6289. That's 866-404-6289. And let's get you on the road to ownership.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator.
Stiction, that sticky friction, undermines the performance of diesel engines and is difficult to remove from the oil system. Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator is a powerful synthetic cleaner that targets stiction, contains no harmful solvents, and is formulated to be left in the engine to safely dissolve stiction for thousands of miles. It works as you drive. Our proprietary carbon nano lubricant is blended with Stiction Eliminator, filling in microscopic irregularities inside your engine, providing a smoother surface for enhanced lubricity, reducing friction and wear. Third-party ASTM testing verifies that Stiction Eliminator removes 2 times as much stiction than any alternative on the retail shelf. Use Stiction Eliminator to solve an existing problem or as a preventative maintenance.
Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator, available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Truckers, meet the SpeedMax Pro Max, the tire built for serious hauls and serious peace of mind. With rugged construction and performance you can count on, Pro Max is made for the long road ahead. And here's the best part. It comes with an 8-year warranty. That's right, 8 years of confidence, mile after mile. Ask SpeedMax. Drive far. Drive strong. For more info, call 860-436-4100 or buy online at digitire.com.
All right, good morning to Philip in Florida, up and at 'em. You said there's another SpaceX launcher coming up in a little bit. Boy, SpaceX, just day after day after day. Boy, oh boy, busy schedule. Hello, Snuffy and Granny. Good morning. Listening in from Wisconsin, headed to Indiana tonight. Everybody be safe out there. Hey, we're headed down the hill toward the weekend, Steve. Scott replying to Grump. Scott said, respectfully, I don't think Grump understands the executive order about the flag burning. Yeah, those who've actually read the order say it actually requires law enforcement to enforce laws against burning anything, reestablishing burn bans nationwide that were suspended because of the flag burning issue. The guy who was just arrested hours after the order was signed was charged with burning in Lafayette Square, which is under control of the federal park system. It is illegal to burn anything in the federal park system outside of designated areas. Yeah, as we all know, presidents cannot make law through an executive order. And this order merely instructs law enforcement to uphold previous law, much the same as the speaking English law that the Department of Transportation had actually ignored for decades. All right, I get what you're saying there, Scott, but listening to the president as he was signing that executive order, he did say, what was it, like 1 year in jail? Automatic 1 year in jail? So there is no automatic 1 year in jail, is there, for burning something in Lafayette Square? That's all right. Nonetheless, interesting discussion. Let's see what Eagle has going on this morning. Thanks for hanging in there, Eagle.
Yeah, I'm still here. I wanted to talk about a couple of things. Steve, I'm gonna be real honest with you tonight, man. I'm gonna say some things tonight because it needs to be said, and I'll get to the gun situation next after I talk about this school. I got something to say about this guy, but I want to talk about the truck driving industry, since that's what I do for a living, and a lot of people that listen to it. At what point, Steve? At what point is the American public or the United States gonna let the American citizens know that we have people that are driving these trucks that are out to do bad things to people? Okay, now yesterday a truck is going. You talked about it last night, but I'm going to go over again. Yesterday, a truck is going down the wrong side of the interstate on Interstate 55 in Memphis, Tennessee.
Mm-hmm.
Driver, I seen the video. Driver had to be pulled out of the truck by authorities, police department authorities. Got up inside the truck with armed police officers. Had to snatch this man out of the damn truck. Now, you can't tell me, I don't care. I'm not going to hear this nonsense about he couldn't read. He just made a bad decision. He did that on purpose. He was trying to hurt some people. You don't go down there's no way. I just drove on that road a couple of weeks ago. There's no way you can end up on the wrong side of the damn road unless you're doing it on purpose. Simple as that. Same thing, the man made a U-turn. You got a driver cam looking dead in the man's face, and you can clearly see he shows no emotion as he makes a turn. He did that on purpose. Several other incidents have taken place around America with these same individuals that look like this guy. And they come from a country that's, a lot of these countries are countries that they're not even qualified to even enter into the U.S. Yet they're driving trucks in America. At some point, you have to realize that we are under attack. They have talked about it in the years before that they were going to use trucks as a weapon, and that's exactly what they're doing. So that's all I got to say about that subject. Moving on to the next subject, and that has to do with the school situation with this punk that was born a boy that wanted to be a girl.
Mm-hmm.
And if you look at the last if you look at some of these other incidents that have taken place around America, a lot of these same individuals were trans individuals, that people that wanted to be something that they were not. These people have emotional problems, they have mental problems, and they're not accepted by other kids in school, they're not accepted by society. So they get frustrated, they get mad, they're mad at the whole damn world, just like this guy left in his manifesto in the letter that he wrote before he died. This kid was mad, 23 years old, and he mad at the whole damn world. He got his whole life to live ahead of him. He got a bright future. I wish I was 23 years ago 23 years old right now, I damn sure we would be mad at the whole damn world and want to take a gun and kill my damn self and other people along with me. So, like I said, there's a serious problem that we have emotional problems with these kids. And the mother, I blame her, because there's no way you can live in the house with somebody like that for 20 years and not notice something is different about this kid. Something is not right. The first sign was when her son decided he wanted to be a girl and changed his name to Robert to Robin. That should have been a direct signal to her and her family that the boy needed help to begin with. So now you see what happens. Now 17 people get gunned down and 2 others are dead because her mother didn't do the right thing and get this boy some help when he was at a younger age. And now he ended up with 3 guns to walk into a church with people in there praying, and this man had the gall and the audacity to shoot people in a church.
Yep. You hold the thought there, Eagle. You know, and the sad thing is, the truly sad thing is when you say get help. In most cases in this day and age, when you take an individual like this in with gender dysphoria, as they call it, these so-called experts, psychologists, and all, they're telling them, well, that's perfectly okay to have those feelings. Yes, and we could actually help you we could actually do some surgery, gender-affirming surgery, to make you look more like the one you want to be. And that's the kind of so-called help they're getting. That's not help.
Don't get stuck buying, or worse, leasing a used truck that's just going to break down. At TEL, we help owner-operators succeed with a new truck for as low as $500 down and affordable weekly payments with 24/7 support. Plus, access a network of top carriers. Choose an industry leader that has your back. Call TEL at 866-404-6289 or visit tel360.com. Use promo code OVERNIGHT100. We know being over the road isn't easy, but getting parts for your truck can be. Rainey's offers over 100,000 parts and accessories, from chrome to cab comforts, watermelon lights to necessary replacement parts. It's all available on our website. Got questions? Our team of experts has your back from start to finish with unmatched customer service you won't get anywhere else. Head to Rainey's.com to get $25 off any order over $250 with code DRIVE25 at checkout. Tired of the guesswork when it comes to your load weight? With RightWay, stay in control on the road and on the DOT's good side. From onboard load scales to Bluetooth-enabled monitoring, RightWay helps truckers and fleets cut down on time, fines, and fuel waste, all without hitting the scale. Smarter hauling starts here. Want more details? Head over to RWLS.com. RightWay. Drive more, scale less. Looking to stretch every mile and every dollar? Go with Speedmax tires. Designed specifically for U.S. roads and built tough for long hauls. With a best-in-class mileage-to-cost ratio, you'll get more miles, fewer swaps, and more money in your pocket. Built strong, priced smart. That's Speedmax. Speedmax, built for the long haul, priced for the smart hauler. For more info, call 860-436-4100 or buy online at digitire.com.
USA Radio News, I'm Anthony Lucero.
There was a point where we just started to pray, lead a little prayer, and more people joined just to try to offer some support.
Faith leaders in Minneapolis spoke on the deadly school shooting which occurred today. Father Eric Rutten of the Archdiocese of St. Paul and Minneapolis says he's doing whatever he can.
Parents in great anxiety and grief, as you can imagine. So just kind of wailing and crying, and some kind of stooping to the ground.
The shooting happened during a mass at the Annunciation Catholic Church in the south side of the city. The school teaches pre-K through 8th grade. Images show countless parents holding and hugging their crying children while being reunited. 2 families of victims in the Brian Kohberger murders want a judge to prevent more photos and videos of the crime scene to be released.
Some law enforcement body camera video has been released, but video of bedrooms was blacked out. The families of victims Madison Mogan and Ethan Chapin will ask a judge Thursday to prevent the release of video and photos that shows more details of the crime scene. The families say they got their relief when Kohberger was sentenced to prison, but the release of crime scene photos are causing emotional trauma. I'm Brad Ford.
The new CDC director is reportedly being being ousted from the position weeks after being confirmed.
That's according to the Washington Post. Susan Menares was nominated by President Trump after he withdrew his first choice over concerns related to Dave Weldon's views on vaccines and autism. Menares is a longtime federal government scientist. It comes after a shooting at the CDC's Atlanta headquarters earlier this month, where the shooter was frustrated with the COVID vaccine and blamed it for his health issues. I'm Brian Shook.
Wall Street closed with stocks higher.
At the closing bell, the Dow Jones Industrial Average gaining 147 points, the S&P 500 rose by 15 points, and the Nasdaq gaining 45 points. I'm Jonathan O'Halloran.
From America's News Network, USA Radio News.
With all the recent violent protests, looting, and destruction, some areas are considering either defunding or abolishing the police. At a time when America's neighborhoods need the protection of police the most, some elected officials would rather create more chaos by playing politics. If you're sick of elected officials caving in to demands of the radical left, you're not alone. It's time we stand up and declare our support for local police. The majority of police officers are important partners in protecting our God-given rights. If you prefer freedom over chaos, then learn how you can help protect the local police that serve your community. Call today and request your free Support Your Local Police info packet. Dial 800-JBS-USA-1. That's 800-JBS-USA-1. Request your free Support Your Local Police info packet by calling 800-JBS-USA-1 today.
President Trump says he has the right to do anything he wants to do as President of the United States. Trump spoke yesterday in a televised cabinet meeting and made the remark when he was talking about sending troops to Chicago.
The president said he would have much more respect for Illinois Governor J.B. Pritzker if the Democrat approved of troops being deployed in his state.
I would have the right to do anything I want to do. I'm the President of the United States. If I think our country's in danger.
Governor Pritzker rejected the claim on social media and responded, "No, Donald, you can't do whatever you want." John Summers, USA Radio News.
Disney is suing Dish Network over several new packages offered by Sling TV.
The Internet TV service recently introduced passes that allow customers to pay for a week, weekend, or even a single day of live TV. Disney is now suing Dish Network, which owns Sling, claiming this violates Disney's programming distribution agreements. Sling customers are currently able to watch the Disney and ESPN programming through monthly subscription plans. I'm Mark Mayfield.
Engineers are still studying the results, but it looks like last night's test of a SpaceX Starship is a success.
Delayed by weather and technical problems, this 10th Starship test flight launched from Texas with a lot on the line.
3, 2, 1.
The last 3 test flights of Starship had major problems, but this one appears to have gone well, with the booster performing a controlled splashdown and the upper stage deploying dummy internet satellites before it splashed down in the Indian Ocean. I'm Rory O'Neill.
And I'm Anthony Lucero, USA Radio News.
In a study, it was found that 33% of 44 herbal supplements had no trace of the advertised herb. Don't let that happen to you. Hi, this is Dr. Mitch. If you want to ensure quality, go to TotalWellness.com. Supplements made for physicians, only now available to you too. TotalWellness.com, helping you to look good, feel good, and enjoy total wellness.
TEL's Independent Owner-Operator Program gives you the power to operate under your own authority or choose the carrier you want to run for. Drive a new truck with full factory warranties, solo or team. TEL has a lease that fits your business. Call us at 866-404-6289 or visit tel360.com and use promo code OVERNIGHT100. When your injectors fail, your truck and your paycheck stop moving. At Industrial Injection, we remanufacture diesel injectors to perform better than brand new. Tighter specs, cleaner fuel delivery, and tested in-house by diesel experts. Plus, we build turbos, pumps, engine kits, and more, all backed by over 40 years in the diesel industry. It doesn't matter if you're running on modern common rail or legacy mechanical. We've got you covered. Call 800-955-0476 or visit industrialinjection.com. Knowledge you trust, quality you depend on.
You're listening to the Overnight Drive with Steve Summers.
right, just like that, we kick off another hour. Round and round we go as we make our way into a brand new day, Thursday. Good to have you with us. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios. All right, so we left off there. I'm going to let Eagle kind of finish up, but my last sentiment there, am I right or am I wrong? In this day and age, it's been years and years in the making. There's a cancer in society in this country. I call it a cancer because it's destroying us from the inside. That this sort of activity, which was wrong, we were brought up, taught, that's not the right thing to do. And one item after another, and I'm not going to specify them, but you know what I'm talking about. It's okay to do this. And now we're all being forced to accept, well, that's not abnormal. It's normal activity. You have to accept it. And we continue to turn a blind eye or just not pay any attention. You do your thing, I'll do mine. But now with this whole, the transgender society, you have to accept it. It's not abnormal, it's normal. And Eagle suggested these people need help. But where do you get help in this day and age? Because the help is more along the lines of helping them to accept how they feel. That's what you are. Just be the best person you can be. You know, you want to be a woman? We'll actually help you. We'll assist you. It will help you become the woman that you feel that you are. And that's not helping them. That's enabling them. That's actually encouraging the insane activity in my mind. All right, welcome back, Eagle.
Yep. Hey, listen, Steve. You know what you just got through saying, man. Hey, listen. Let's make a comparison right quick. Ain't that guy what is it? The governor of Minnesota, Tim Walz? Yeah. Ain't he the one? Wasn't they talking about during the presidential election that Minnesota was one of those states that was going to pay kids to have operations that if they felt like they were a boy or a girl?
Mm-hmm. And there's
so what a surprise that a boy that thinks that he's a girl would actually do something like this. You know, they even put tampon machines in boys' bathrooms. This guy Tim Walz has the nerve to come on TV today and say he feels bad about what happened. He's accomplished to what's going on in Minnesota, Steve. What he's doing by saying that it's okay for a boy to use female products and to help to actually go over I think they even said they would go over the parents' head, behind the parents' back, and help these kids have a sex change. And that's totally ridiculous to do that. They're enabling these type of individuals, and it's disgusting and it's sickening. Because see, those people are never going to be accepted by kids. Are going to make fun of these other kids in school. Steve, if you've seen the photograph of this guy, you can tell that he was made fun of, and that builds up in people over the years. All the hate and the slurs that these kids say, that builds the pain, that causes pain for these kids, and eventually they explode like this boy did today. If you look at some of the videos, I've seen the live videos of this kid before they erased them. This kid was in some serious pain. Some people even say he was involved with the devil worship. I don't know. But this is a very, very sick individual to be only 23 years of age and had this much rage and hate. This was a planned out attack. He even brung a 2x4 to bar the door so the kids couldn't escape. This boy had this thing for I don't know how many weeks in advance he had it planned out. But the thing I wanted to say, Steve, is I remember when I was young, when I was 16, 17, I used to want to do things in my mind where she would know what I was going to do even before I did it. She said, don't even think about doing that. I already know what you're going to do. Now, you mean to tell me that this woman, they even said that this woman worked at that church. You mean to tell me that she had no idea in her mind that her son or daughter had problems, mental problems, that this kid needed some help,
and that she should seek some type of services to help this boy before something real bad happens. There's no way that she can live under the same roof and not know that this boy, the way he was looking, dressing like a girl, looking like a girl, there's no way this woman can't know that her son or daughter has some serious mental problems, and it's really a damn shame that it took. And the best thing that came out of this whole deal, Steve, is that he took his own life, and he's in the hell where he belongs. Because see, we don't have to deal with him on day after day getting him a trial. Because see, he doesn't deserve a trial. When you walk into a church and shoot 17 or 20 innocent people, you don't deserve a trial. He got his trial when he decided to take his own life, and he's in hell where he belongs. And I thank you for taking my call.
Someone said this is the price you pay when you normalize mental illness rather than diagnose and treat it. I think that's a pretty good breakdown. Shorty, you're right. The mother, as Eagle was just saying, the mother was very well aware. She knew the boy wanted to be a girl. She actually signed on the court documents to change his legal name. From Robert to Robin when he was 17 years old. 844-844-3388. All right, we'll get Philip. Got you coming up here. Eskimo Mom, good morning.
Hi, Steve. Thank you for taking my call. Some people are stealing my thunder, but this is something we need to do a lot more discussion in mental health. Whether it be this young man that wanted to become a girl and did what he did here earlier today, or somebody doing drugs, or even somebody homeless on the street. We need to somehow address that. Whereas try to get these folks some help and try to help them hit their rock bottom. Because with somebody who's doing drugs, it's going to take hitting their rock bottom, whether it be losing their kids or about losing their life, or a friend of the show, she losing her mom. Something like that. They have to hit the rock bottom first, and before they want to get help, we need to enable them to get the help that they not just keep feeding the drugs, letting them to be homeless, letting them pretend to be whatever they want to be. It's because a little kid will pretend what they want to be, and then they'll grow out of the fantasy. But some of these adults need to get that help and take that step.
And the same thing as I was mentioning when it comes to the so-called mental health we're using the transgender discussion this morning. When it comes to the drugs, you've got more and more. I hear more and more of these cities that are setting up. This is going to be a safe zone. Come here, we'll give you free needles. You'll be allowed to inject here, and there's Narcan. How is that helping an individual realize that they need to stop? That seems to me more like it's enabling them.
To me, it's will it be transgender? Given a boy female hormones or female male hormones, or even with the drug users, the more you enable them, the more they want to be that way. The more they want to keep doing it, and it's not going to help them at all. It's because I know with the transgender. The people that get the extra hormones, that's the wrong hormones, they're going to be screwed up no matter what. And believe you, the women that have polycystic ovarian syndrome, or the men that have too much estrogen, too little testosterone, they all have their own issues, and these people need to stop. These people need to help these people accept who they are, and with the drug and people using drugs, people are homeless. Accept that, hey, you're in this situation now. There is hope, and you just have to reach out and get the help that you need.
And until they do, there's really nothing we can do for them, right? It is. All right, what are we looking at? 15 past the hour. A couple of other quick tidbits. We'll get back. I know a lot of sentiment, a lot of opinions on the topic of discussion. Industry updates, though, real quick. Wildfires have destroyed hundreds of thousands of acres in Oregon this year. And the Department of Forestry's most recent situation report Forecasts from the National Weather Service report a risk for additional wildfires. Red flag warnings and extreme heat warnings are in effect. Air quality also a concern. In support of the relief efforts, though, Oregon declared a state of emergency back in mid-July, granting relief for motor carriers and drivers providing assistance there. That order was extended on the 29th and yet again extended earlier this week. That declaration is now in effect through the end of September, they tell us. Trip origin is not a disqualifier of relief granted by the declaration as long as the carrier or driver is providing direct assistance. Transportation related to the long-term rehabilitation of damaged physical infrastructure after the initial threat to life and property has passed, or routine commercial deliveries, including mixed loads with a nominal quantity of emergency relief, are not covered by the order. Direct assistance terminates when a driver or commercial vehicle is used in interstate commerce to transport cargo or provide services not in support of emergency relief efforts, obviously. Before a driver transporting property returns to normal operations, a 10-hour break is required. When the total time a driver is engaged in emergency relief efforts or in combination of emergency relief and normal operations equals or exceeds 14 hours.
Thinking about becoming your own boss? Transport Enterprise Leasing makes it easy with new trucks, 24/7 maintenance support, and now you can save right from the start. Use promo code OVERNIGHT100 to get $100 off your first lease payments. Call TEL today at 866-404-6289 or visit tel360.com and take the first step toward owning your success. Looking to stretch every mile and every dollar? Go with Speedmax tires, designed specifically for U.S. roads and built tough for long hauls. With a best-in-class mileage-to-cost ratio, you'll get more miles, fewer swaps, and more money in your pocket. Built strong, priced smart. That's Speedmax. Speedmax, built for the long haul, priced for the smart hauler. For more info, call 860-436-4100 or buy online at digitire.com.
Hello, Big T here with Diesel Power Group. Listen, if your truck's in a repair center and you think it's being misdiagnosed or worse, being overcharged for an overhaul or an engine replacement, you need to stop and call Diesel Power Group now. Allow us to build the DPG solution that is right for you, not the repair center. We have over 4 decades in engine remanufacturing experience and specialize in Caterpillar, Cummins, Detroit, Mack, International, and John Deere. DPG offers an industry-leading warranty and turnaround times. We want to earn your trust every day. Don't believe us? Challenge us today by calling 574-594-5888 or visit us at dieselpowergroup.com and follow us on Instagram and Facebook. We are available 24/7. Mention code 374 and receive a $200 rebate towards your major failure repair.
Okay, back at it here, right on the heels of a successful Starship test. You know, they say third time's a charm. It was like, I guess, well, it took 10 tries, but right on the heels of that successful launch, night before last, guess we got, what do we got, another batch of Starlinks going up this morning? What's going on, Philip?
Yeah, we got one going up a little bit after 4 this morning down here. I think it's like 4:12, I think is the launch time that they're going to launch off. And, yeah, the Starship stuff, I've said it all along, it's all testing. You know, you're going to have good, you're going to have bad. You know, and this last one was positive. I mean, it was pretty positive on what they did. And they got a lot accomplished, and they're moving on to the next evolution of it. You know, this was the second generation of that ship. The third generation is already in production, you know, and they're already fixing up different things for the booster and the Starship itself. So just kind of sit back and wait. So you might have this next generation of it. It might have the same explosions and all the other stuff that we've seen in the past. I mean, it's just part of testing, Steve. It's all testing. It's something that can't be done in a day. It's going to take years to get this thing to the point where they're going to be able to even do what they think they're going to do with it. But the big thing is right now they want to move it over here to Cape Kennedy. I don't know if you've heard on the news or not, but they're having some issues with the people over in the Canaveral seashore area that they're going to be blocking off the beaches when they shoot a Starship. And you can't just, when you shoot a rocket that big, you just can't have everybody and their brother like in close proximity to it, you know. So they're going to shut down the beach. They said they're estimating at least 60 days out of the year they're going to be shutting the beach down for these Starships to take off as they move it to Cape Canaveral. And it's going to happen. They've already got the infrastructure started there. We're going to have Starships going out of Cape Canaveral, but they've got to get all this stuff passed where, you know, about the beaches and all the environmental tests and stuff. So, I mean, it's a big process. What do you think, buddy?
So how many miles away, the Cape, we used to actually, when we sailed out of the Port Canaveral there, you could see the towers way off, but that's miles and miles away. Are they saying there might be a risk to people on the Florida coast, the mainland coast from some of these launches? What if there's an anomaly or something?
Absolutely. I mean, when Challenger blew up in the 80s, the solid rocket boosters were coming back to Titusville. They had to blow them up. They blew them up, and one of them was headed back towards, you know, Titusville, and it turned around and it came close to being over by Melbourne.
Wow.
Which is far south of Titusville. You know, you've got to understand, when you have something that big and that's that volatile, you can't have human beings in close proximity to it. Like, these people are like wondering why they want to shut down Playa Linda Beach. Well, Playa Linda Beach is less than an eighth of a mile from the launch pad. Do you really want to stand there an eighth of a mile away from this thing and having it go off right by you? And if it explodes, well, guess what? You gone. There ain't no coming back.
Yeah.
I mean, look at the VAB, that big building where they do all the work on a lot of stuff. Right beside that is the launch center for a lot of the Apollo missions and space shuttles and the ALS ones, all that stuff. They've got that control center there. That control center's there for a reason, because you don't want them people right up next to that rocket when you shoot it. I mean, come on. It's common sense. And people just don't get that. And, hey, I don't have a problem with it. Shut the beach down. Who cares? Shut the beach down. If you're going to have to do it, do it. You know? And those towers, when you left out of Port Canaveral and you looked over to the left as you were going out, and you seen those towers, you were actually about a mile away from Steve.
Oh, it looked like it was a lot farther than that. Only a mile. Wow.
Yeah, only a mile. So think about this. When these guys are seeing the rocket come back from SpaceX, you know, when they landed over there in the landing zone, and everybody's over at the bar, at the port, by the big canal at 528, you're only a mile away from that thing landing. Now, what happens? That thing goes crazy. That computer says, "Oh, I'm going to put it over here in the bar instead," and it goes over in your bar. You don't want people there, man. Come on.
Yeah.
I mean, most of the guys that are watching the Starship now take off in Texas are literally 5 miles away from it. A lot of the people are. Now, they do have some people that are within a couple of miles of it that are filming it, which is a lot of these YouTubers and stuff have got their cameras and their permission from Elon and those guys to put their stuff there. That does happen. Okay? Matter of fact, during one launch, NASA Spaceflight had their van parked there and it got destroyed because it was too close to where it needed to be at, and we had a little bit of an explosion. Okay? And they're looking out for safety. I mean, that's the one thing with the commercial side of it. We have to be a little bit more diligent with those guys, because on the commercial side, NASA, when it was all done in-house, they shut down everything when a space shuttle launched, Steve. All those airplanes that were coming into Orlando to land, they didn't go on the coast, they went inland. And that's a big thing. When those launches happen, it doesn't disrupt just the beach. Think about this. How many people come down here to Disney and fly on an airplane? And it disrupts the flight travel of those airplanes. They've got to push those airplanes inland and get them away from that launch. They don't want that thing running into somebody's airplane coming to Disney. You know?
Mm-hmm.
So it's a big thing to think about when you set all this stuff up. The amount of time it takes to set up the range, they call it, and the range is where this thing's going to be at when it takes off. The amount of time that all that has to be set up is a lot. That's why a lot of people are like, why is it taking so long to do this? Well, you know what? Think about shooting one of those. They had to clear the range from Boca Chica, Texas, okay, all the way over to the Indian Ocean for this thing at the end of its flight. So that airspace had to be cleared, so nothing was in it for that rocket to be going through there. Think about how many miles that is. That's a lot of miles.
Right.
That's a long way. You know, even to shoot it over the Gulf, you know, they had to clear all the Gulf out on that side where they had that just to land that booster. So guess what? Well, that's disrupting all the ships coming across the Gulf that are coming over here to Florida that bring our gasoline and our diesel and our oil. Okay, that's going to disrupt all of our passenger ships that are got to come around to Tampa. That's got to disrupt a lot of marine movement. So, I mean, there's a lot of things. It's a lot more than just the beach, you know. As far as what y'all are talking about with this shooting yesterday, and there's one thing that Eagle and a lot of people don't understand, and just hear me out on this.
Mm-hmm.
We don't know what was going on in that household that boy, girl lived in.
Right. Okay, so hold the thought there. We're going to just kind of shifting gears, but we'll take care of the news break and be back with more. Veterans save $750 on their lease deposit with TEL. Honor your service with a partner who supports you. Visit tel360.com.
USA Radio News, I'm Anthony Lucero. A mass shooting at a Minneapolis church has left 2 children dead and 17 others wounded. 14 of those wounded are children, 3 adults, all expected to survive.
Once again, in the United States of America, children have been slaughtered with firearms by a person who most likely should have never owned a firearm. In addition to that, 14 other students were injured and a whole community traumatized. We are sending, and sincerely sending, our thoughts and prayers to the families and to the parents who will never see their children again.
Miranda Viscoli, the executive director of New Mexicans to Prevent Gun Violence, speaking exclusively with USA Radio News. The shooter has been identified as 23-year-old Robin Westman, who shot through the church stained glass windows of the Annunciation Church before dying from a self-inflicted gunshot wound. From America's News Network, USA Radio News.
Hey, I'm Brant, and her name is Sherry.
Hello.
She's a friend of mine whom we were just praying for because of a surgery she just went through.
Yes, and I am very happy about something you actually talk about all the time, which is
Medi-Share.
That is right.
Yeah. So what was your experience like with Medi-Share and the healthcare bills?
Honestly, Brant, seamless. And what a blessing that is when you're already nervous about a health issue, which I was.
Yeah.
Members shared my expenses. There were 0 problems. And let me tell you, having people pray with you when you call in with your need, that is just...
It is refreshing.
Yes, that's what it is.
What I keep telling people. People love Medi-Share, and they love saving money. A typical family can save $500 a month.
I am very thankful for Medi-Share. It is so different, and I mean different in a very, very good way.
It is good different. Call now. They're easy to talk to, and you can get a price within 2 minutes. Call 855-SHARE-40. That's 855-SHARE-40. 855-SHARE-40.
At TEL. We know what it takes to succeed as an owner-operator because we were founded by one. The big secret? Affordable new trucks. New equipment keeps you moving, improves cash flow, and delivers reliability for over 20 years. We've helped drivers take the next step in their careers. Call TEL at 866-404-6289 and use promo code OVERNIGHT100. We look forward to meeting you. Truckers, meet the SpeedMax ProMax, the tire built for serious hauls and serious peace of mind. With rugged construction and performance you can count on, ProMax is made for the long road ahead. And here's the best part. It comes with an 8-year warranty. That's right, 8 years of confidence, mile after mile. Ask SpeedMax. Drive far. Drive strong. For more info, call 860-436-4100 or buy online at digitire.com.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
fuel additives.
The purpose behind most fuel additives is to impact performance of your diesel or provide protection to your fuel system. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment provides both performance enhancement and protection with 6 key components. This fully formulated premium fuel treatment includes the performance-enhancing cetane boost, injector cleaner, and LX4 lubrication, as well as protection against water with a demulsifier and rust inhibitor, plus a stabilizer that minimizes fuel filter clogs. Everyday Diesel Treatment delivers a 6-in-1 premium fuel treatment for every fill-up, every time.
Everyday Diesel Treatment is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Tired of the guesswork when it comes to your load weight? With RightWay, stay in control on the road and on the DOT's good side. From onboard load scales to Bluetooth-enabled monitoring, RightWay helps truckers and fleets cut down on time, fines, and fuel waste, all without hitting the scale. Smarter hauling starts here. Want more details? Head over to RWLS.com. RightWay. Drive more, scale less. Your factory fuel filter is letting you down. AirDog heavy-duty diesel fuel systems don't just filter your fuel. The AirDog fully optimizes your truck's fuel system for peak efficiency. The factory-provided filter simply removes particulates and water from fuel. The AirDog system removes all contaminants, including entrained air, water, and particulates, and feeds the engine pump with optimal pressure. Check out AirDogDiesel.com to learn how you can capture every bit of performance and efficiency from your fuel system.
Because Channel 19's a little congested. Call Steve now at 844-844-3388. The Overnight Drive.
I appreciate you being along for the ride as we roll on through the late night, early morning hours. Here, let me getting back to the school shooting. Philip, thanks for hanging in there. I think we left off, you were saying that we have no idea, which you are correct. We have no idea what was going on, like, what, in the household or in the mind of that 23-year-old?
Absolutely. We don't know what was going on in their household. Now, here's the thing, folks. We live here in America. All right? And this is how I operate. I leave the house at the house, and I leave work at work. Okay? My business that goes on at home is my business, and I don't want anybody prying in my business, and you're probably the same way, Steve, and a lot of us are. We don't know the circumstances about what was happening in that household between that mother and that child. And I know that the individual was 23 years old, but still, you know, Steve, you've got kids. They're your kids. As they're always looked down as a child to you. They're your children, right, Steve? Mm-hmm. We always look at our children that way.
Sure.
So we pay law enforcement, detectives, to investigate these cases, okay? And it's their job to find out what kind of happened and caused everything to happen. And that's what happens. This mother, I mean, sure, a lot of people are going to blame her, like Eagle did. And there's going to be a lot of blame. But, you know, it's not our place to blame. It's our place to trust in our law enforcement to figure out what happened with this deal. Now, if she faces charges per the law enforcement, then it'll be taken that way. Okay? And if it happens that way, it happens that way. I think a lot of times when you see this stuff, I mean, we see these shootings, these active shooter things all the time, you know, with kids. Anytime a child is brought into the equation and there's killing and all that kind of stuff, it's always, you know, and it's supposed to be taken that way. That's the way we're taught to think. And it should be taken that way. You know, we don't want to see anybody pass away, especially children that are innocent. But, you know, we can speculate, accusate, blame, do whatever you want to call it all the time. But we have to trust in our law enforcement to figure out what happened, you know, and I can sit down and blame everybody for whatever's happening in the world, but that ain't accomplishing nothing. That's just being, you know, it is what it is. You understand what I'm talking about, Steve? I think that people need to sit back, let things simmer down. Law enforcement's going to investigate it, and we'll figure it out. You know what I mean? That's what I think's on it. And if the parent, something happened, we don't know what was going through her mind. Who knows? This 23-year-old could have had her been threatening her life and saying, hey, if you go talk to somebody, I'm going to do this to you. Who knows? We can speculate all day long about things and blame people all day long, but it doesn't solve the problem. You know, mental illness needs to be caught. Trust me, we need to catch it as early as we can. But in the same light, when stuff like this happens, we need to let our law enforcement figure out what happened and figure out who they're going to charge with what and when and how. I mean, does that make sense, buddy?
Yeah, I mean, the biggest discussion, though, has been the mother knew that the boy wanted to be a girl. She signed off on the paperwork to do the name change. That would be, in my mind, mental illness. Now, I guess we can wait and see, did the mother actually try to do anything to assist, or did she coddle him and coddle his feelings and just let him do what he wanted to do without any supervision? I mean, once they're 23, they're an adult. How much supervision do you have? But, you know, I guess I'm assuming he was living in her home, the mom's home. I'm not sure about that. I haven't seen.
Yeah. Well, you know, that it's like I said, it's easier said than done, but who knows what was going on in their household between those two. You know what I mean? She could have been feeling that she was threatened by this individual and scared of not even going to get, you know. Sometimes you can try to help somebody as much as you can, and you can do as much as, but like Esco Mom said earlier, you cannot help yourself unless you realize you have a problem. And this kid didn't realize they had a problem. You know what I mean? And sometimes it's like you said, people coddling it. She might have done that. I don't know.
Right.
And like I said, we can speculate all day long. You know, at the end of the day, law enforcement's going to say, hey, why didn't you do this? Or why didn't you do that? There's going to be a lot of questions for this lady. Is she going to get prosecuted? She might not. I don't know. And that's a lot of the big questions. It's a very dramatic thing. I mean, when I came home yesterday afternoon and I walked into the house, that's the first thing my wife told me about. And my wife was kind of infuriated because our local TV channel the governor of the state of Florida was on the TV. It was a special report about they had found some, you know, about money that had like a Doge type investigation instead of having it on about what happened in Minnesota. My wife was like, she was mad at the governor for being on the TV.
Wow.
And I'm like, hey, that's the way the news cycles go. They're going to catch what they need to catch to put it on the TV. You know what I mean? And then when the CBS News came on, which is the news we watch, came on, that was the first thing it was about. Probably about half to three-quarters of the show was all about Minnesota. They actually flew their anchor guys out, one of them out to Minnesota immediately, and he was there. They had a lot of their big reporters there because they seen the bigness or how huge this story was going to be.
Yes.
You know, and it's one of those things we got to sit back and we got to trust in law enforcement. You know, the kid took care of himself, which is, I mean, that's a big, why'd he do that? You know, it's no different than, say, when the president got the attempted assassination of the president. You know, why did that kid do that? It's the same thing. Now, obviously, this is a lot different. I believe it's a lot bigger, nothing against President Trump, because there were children involved, you know, and it's something we just got to sit back, but sitting there and just speculating all day long, it just drives you nuts. You know, I mean, got to trust in the people that are going to do the investigation. So
yeah,
that's all.
With that, okay, yeah, there was a whole lot of premeditation. Have no idea if this individual had any actual physical friends in life. Surely they're looking into social media acquaintances and things like that. But here's what I guess New York Post here just a few hours ago said. Just hours before the massacre, he had posted a series of twisted videos on YouTube, which included the manifesto. And the police chief confirmed that at the press conference. In one of the 20-minute videos, he's flipping through the handwritten manifesto, showing it, the disturbing, much of it written in what they call homespun code that uses Cyrillic characters and English phonetic words. In these deranged writings, he gleefully fantasizes about, quote, being that scary, horrible monster standing over these powerless kids, and actually confessed admiration for the Sandy Hook massacre back in 2012. Now, this is Robert Westman, applied to change his name to Robin in Dakota County, Minnesota, when he was 17. The name change was granted in January of 2020. The petition said Westman identifies as a female and wants her name to reflect that identification. But 5 years later, he seems to have backed away from that identity, writing in the manifesto, quote, I don't want to dress girly all the time, but I guess sometimes I really like it. But I know I'm not a woman, but I definitely don't feel like a man. I really like my outfit. I look pretty, smart, and modest. I think I want to wear something like this for my shooting. It goes into great detail about his decision to target this particular school, Annunciation, where he graduated from grade school in 2017, according to a yearbook obtained by CNN. His mother also worked as a secretary at the school until she retired in 2021. He writes, quote, I'm feeling good about Annunciation. It seems like a good combo of easy attack form and devastating tragedy, and I want to do more research. I have concerns about finding a large enough group. I want to avoid any parents. But pre- and post-school drop-off. Maybe I could attack at an event on the church site. I think attacking a large group of kids coming in from recess is my best plan. Then from there I can go inside and kill, going for as long as I can. Wow. This guy was truly, truly sick. Near the end of the video, he flicks through a number of blank pages before reaching for what appears to be a drawing showing the inside of a church, saying, "Ha ha, nice," as he stops turning the pages. He then takes out a knife, stabs into the center of the sketch, his hand momentarily quivering, before he pulls out the blade and quietly mumbles, "Kill myself." If you're living with an individual with that kind of mentality, how long? You have to know something's wrong with this kid. But it wasn't a kid. At 23, hadn't been a kid for years. All right. Boy, that's really disturbing stuff. I'm surprised they actually, I was thinking back to the Nashville thing where I don't think they ever really did release the manifesto of that deranged transgender, did they? They kept it under wraps. But in this case, he put it online for the world to see before doing the deed. I just can't help but wonder if, would law enforcement have actually released, those sort of things that I just shared if he hadn't have made it public first? Sickening. What would it turn into?
Don't get stuck buying, or worse, leasing a used truck that's just going to break down. At TEL, we help owner-operators succeed with a new truck for as low as $500 down and affordable weekly payments with 24/7 support, plus access a network of top carriers. Choose an industry leader that has your back. Call TEL at 866-404-6289 or visit tel360.com. Use promo code OVERNIGHT100. We know being over the road isn't easy, but getting parts for your truck can be. Rainey's offers over 100,000 parts and accessories, from chrome to cab comforts, watermelon lights to necessary replacement parts. It's all available on our website. Got questions? Our team of experts has your back from start to finish with unmatched customer service you won't get anywhere else. Head to Rainey's.com to get $25 off any order over $250 with code DRIVE25 at checkout. Tired of the guesswork when it comes to your load weight? With RightWay, stay in control on the road and on the DOT's good side. From onboard load scales to Bluetooth-enabled monitoring, RightWay helps truckers and fleets cut down on time, fines, and fuel waste, all without hitting the scale. Smarter hauling starts here. Want more details? Head over to RWLS.com. RightWay. Drive more, scale less. Looking to stretch every mile and every dollar? Go with Speedmax tires. Designed specifically for U.S. roads and built tough for long hauls. With a best-in-class mileage-to-cost ratio, you'll get more miles, fewer swaps, and more money in your pocket. Built strong, priced smart. That's Speedmax. Speedmax, built for the long haul, priced for the smart hauler. For more info, call 860-436-4100 or buy online at digitire.com.
That traverse the highways and byways in the state of Washington. The governor of Washington has declared an emergency over the closure of what's described as a critical lifeline bridge after a semi-truck crashed into it earlier this month. It was on the 18th. A semi-truck crashed into the bridge, damaging several support beams. That crash forced the closure of the bridge and the subsequent detour that adds about 38 miles to the regular route. So Tuesday of this week, Governor Ferguson declared an emergency in King and Pierce counties over the closure. Repairs of the bridge are expected to cost more than $2 million. Work to repair this critical lifeline needs to be completed quickly, he says. He's instructed state agencies to do everything reasonably possible to recover from the incident. The state is seeking some federal reimbursement for the cost of the emergency repair. But right now, they say there is no estimated time for the completion of that. But, that's a heck of a detour. What would be crossing a short bridge, now a 38-mile detour. Good morning, Plowboy.
Well, good morning, Steve. Yeah, that's probably be about an hour and a half, some of them damn detours. I know there's a hell of a one out there in Kansas. I can't really talk about where it's at because I just heard about it here a little while ago. And like add another 60 miles to their Ford trip through central Kansas. Steve, the other night, I'm trying to get to this, what happened in Minnesota. The other night, you had a caller from, I think, Delaware, made the comment that his doctor had prescribed him medical marijuana, I think said he was on.
Mm-hmm.
Is that right, if I remember right?
Correct.
Okay. In the same sentence, same conversation, he said that took away his able to carry a gun, correct? You did say that.
He did.
Okay. If you are on this cubic book or whatever they call this crap, blockers, we've already seen, I'm sorry, but you go from swatting to standing or standing to swatting, something's wrong with your damn brain. And that drug is disformed you. So that should be the automatic gun pull. Or not even allowed to get one, period. But is this not the second or third trans that hit a Catholic school? Did they just not hit one less than a year, 18 months ago? That one that hit down in Nashville, Tennessee? Was that not a trans in a Catholic
That was
school?
a trans. I think that was a Christian school, but it was a private school nonetheless. But I think we're up to now, this is either 6, maybe 7 trans mass shooter events in recent years. Seems to be a trend.
Yes, sir. And it's not a good one, especially with all these blue states. And I forget, somebody made a comment a while ago, and there was literally, I think it was Gavin Newsom's state. Yeah. He is a nuisance. I've heard on Christian radio and some highly conservative, I think it's even Rush talked about this, that if they decided that they wanted to go from standing to swatting, they could tell their teacher, and they would be taken away from their parents because they would deny this gender-affirming, gender-confusing care. And hell, it's just amazing how the parents' rights from giving somebody a butt whooping for screwing up till you can't even do nothing anymore. But, oh, my God. If you were to buy somebody a beer for underage, you couldn't go to jail anymore. This is just absolutely stone damn crazy. But yet they'll do anything they want to get what the leftist, democratic, socialist agenda is. And the damn thing about it, once you do it, you cannot reverse it. Yeah, I mean, you're very screwed for life. And it's just amazing how they just go willy-nilly. And I think every damn time one of this happens, I think it's a bigger shot in the Democrat coffin. I think they're going to totally collapse. But, I mean, just... But Philip made a comment. His wife added news on. I'm sorry. Once say it, be done with it, and let's go on. I know some people are going to slap at me for saying that. But I'm just trying to do away with all this damn copycat crap. One does it, and God forbid somebody else will do it in the next 2 weeks or less. Did I just see where Taiwan had a 6-point some odd earthquake here a little while ago, and someplace up in Russia had another one there in the last day?
Honestly, I hadn't seen anything about earthquakes. I know that I've seen some news about they had a big typhoon, incredible flooding. But I'll do a quick search, see what we can come up with there. Thanks for the heads up. It is 844-844-3388. Grump did respond to, I think it was, who was it, Steve? Someone earlier. In regards to the flag burning executive order, he said, the order, as well as President Trump, specifically mentioned criminalizing burning the flag, the American flag. I read the EO executive order, and I understand his intentions by including the flag in the executive order, but I stand by my statement. Who is to say that a president under the Emergency Powers Act could not include language in an executive order that removes gun ownership rights as an emergency measure to combat gun violence? Language is what determines what is absolute in law. Congress should write the law to protect our freedoms, our rights, and our symbols that represent us as a nation. You know, there have been cases in the past, and I shared numerous Democrats have actually said they would support such a thing. Would they have to do some sort of, I don't know what kind of amendment they would have to do. Why would it be so difficult to pass something criminalizing burning the American flag here? But with that, get behind the wheel of a new truck with TEL's flexible lease options and full factory warranties. Learn more by visiting tel360.com today.
Transport Enterprise Leasing, founded by a U.S. Army veteran, proudly supports those who've served. Veterans receive a $750 discount on their lease deposit with 24/7 maintenance support, national parts discounts, and interest-free financing. TEL is committed to your success. Call 866-404-6289 and use promo code OVERNIGHT100 or visit tel360.com.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
turbocharger spool time.
Turbochargers force compressed air into the combustion chamber where temperatures can reach 400 degrees. The oil surrounding the bearings will burn, leaving behind a sticky residue called stiction. Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator cleans the turbo bearings, building maximum boost sooner.
Available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Truckers, meet the Speedmax Pro Max, the tire built for serious hauls and serious peace of mind. With rugged construction and performance you can count on, Pro Max is made for the long road ahead. And here's the best part. It comes with an 8-year warranty. That's right, 8 years of confidence, mile after mile. Ask Speedmax. Drive far. Drive strong. For more info, call 860-436-4100 or buy online at digitire.com. Your factory fuel filter is letting you down. AirDog heavy-duty diesel fuel systems don't just filter your fuel. The AirDog fully optimizes your truck's fuel system for peak efficiency. The factory-provided filter simply removes particulates and water from fuel. The AirDog system removes all contaminants, including entrained air, water, and particulates, and feeds the engine pump with optimal pressure. Check out airdogdiesel.com to learn how you can capture every bit of performance and efficiency from your fuel system.
USA Radio News, I'm Anthony Lucero. Family members are speaking out after a shooting at a Minneapolis school. This father described his morning.
Obviously, as any parent, I immediately left work and was a nervous wreck. I can't imagine some of these parents. My heart goes out to them. But I was just shocked and disbelieved that this is happening.
Police say a man started shooting at a church filled with children during a mass at the Annunciation Catholic Church in the south side of the city. Minneapolis Police Chief Brian O'Hara said the deceased children died while praying in the pews. 14 of the wounded are children. O'Hara says the gunman killed himself. Images show countless parents holding and hugging their crying children while being reunited. Lawyers for Kilmar Abrego Garcia are seeking asylum for the Salvadorian immigrant.
Abrego Garcia's lawyers have filed an emergency motion to reopen his case before an immigration judge to seek asylum in the U.S. Abrego Garcia was living legally in Maryland when he was accidentally deported back to El Salvador last March. He was returned to U.S. authorities and released from custody on Friday. On Monday, though, Abrego Garcia was arrested again and is now being threatened with deportation to Uganda. A U.S. district judge, however, is blocking customs officials from deporting him. I'm Tammy Trujillo.
The foreign minister of Denmark is accusing the U.S. of running an influence campaign in Greenland.
In a statement, Foreign Minister Lars Rasmussen said they are aware of foreign actors who continue to show an interest in Greenland and its position in the Kingdom of Denmark. Rasmussen said any attempt to interfere in the internal affairs of the kingdom will, of course, be, quote, unacceptable. He also said he has summoned the top U.S. diplomat in Denmark for a meeting. President Trump believes the U.S. needs to take control of Greenland for strategic purposes. I'm Rory O'Neill.
Wall Street closed with stocks higher.
At the closing bell, the Dow Jones Industrial Average gaining 147 points, the S&P 500 rose by 15 points, and the Nasdaq gaining 45 points. I'm Jonathan O'Halloran.
From America's News Network, USA Radio News.
Hi, it's Mark Falter, host of the Financial Fitness Show. I strongly believe that no one should ever pay 1 penny more in taxes than they are legally obligated. Unfortunately, for most hardworking Americans, this just isn't the case. Why? Because most people spend more time planning next weekend's getaway than trying to ensure they're going to pay less in taxes. My financial fitness team has put together some materials that I know are going to help you. It's the Tax Savings Kit. Tax Savings Kit includes 3 things: free tax analysis, top 10 ways to pay less in taxes, and an investor's guide to taxes. Now, how do you get it? Simple. 866-764-2635. Again, 866-764-2635. I'm Mark Falter. This is Financial Fitness, making personal finance profitable.
The Michigan House has passed a $78 billion budget for fiscal year 2026 on a 59-45 vote to set up negotiations with the state Senate, which passed its budget this past spring.
House Speaker Matt Hall of Richland says their budget includes $3.4 billion for roads without raising taxes.
We've identified $5 billion of waste, fraud, and abuse in the state budget, and today the House passed a budget that cuts all of that waste, fraud, and abuse and sets better priorities for your tax dollars.
The Senate budget, however, was passed before the federal budget bill was approved. John Summers, USA Radio News.
With school starting in New York next week, Nassau County is launching what they call the first-in-the-nation technology to help police respond more quickly to school shootings and other incidents.
Nassau County Executive Bruce Blakeman making that announcement Wednesday, coincidentally, on the same day as the church tragedy involving students in Minneapolis.
Our number one job is to protect our kids.
Attention, our school is now in lockdown.
Plain Edge schools in Massapequa now have live camera feeds and devices in every classroom and bathroom to alert police in real time to dangerous incidents. Nassau Police Commissioner Kevin Catalina.
The last thing we want is kids reporting from inside a school what's going on.
The county has also assembled a new strategic response team made up of 40 police officers. I'm Sarah Lee Kessler.
And I'm Anthony Lucero, USA Radio News.
Many Americans are currently celebrating the election of Donald J. Trump. If you'd like a deep dive look into the mass movement behind his political success, visit TrumpWorld.net to get your complimentary digital copy of the Trump World Bookazine from The New American. It's a 96-page special collector's edition, and for a limited time you can receive the digital edition for free. Visit TrumpWorld.net today for your free digital copy of Trump World. That's TrumpWorld.net.
TEL's Independent Owner-Operator Program gives you the power to operate under your own authority or choose the carrier you want to run for. Drive a new truck with full factory warranties, solo or team. TEL has a lease that fits your business. Call us at 866-404-6289 or visit tel360.com and use promo code OVERNIGHT100. When your injectors fail, your truck and your paycheck stop moving. At Industrial Injection, we remanufacture diesel injectors to perform better than brand new. Tighter specs, cleaner fuel delivery, and tested in-house by diesel experts. Plus, we build turbos, pumps, engine kits, and more, all backed by over 40 years in the diesel industry. It doesn't matter if you're running on modern common rail or legacy mechanical. We've got you covered. Call 800-955-0476 or visit industrialinjection.com. Knowledge you trust. Quality you depend on.
Keep the bugs off your glass and the smokies off your ass. This is the Overnight Drive with Steve Summers.
All right, thank you much. As we cross over the midnight hour on the West Coast, welcome into a Thursday. Indeed, start looking toward the weekend, Labor Day weekend. Maybe firing up the grill one more time before the weather begins to change. Hello to Jared in Missouri. Been chiming in this morning. He shared a little tidbit, which I had not heard that, but he's 100% correct when you see how the mainstream media and some of these lefties try to twist a narrative, twist a story. The reporter, Aaron Katersky, I'm very familiar. Aaron Katersky made a statement that Trump's name was on the gun. Well, true, but that's misleading. Making a statement like that is to convince people that the individual that committed the crime was a supporter of Trump, right? Trump's name was on the gun. What was truthfully on the gun was a statement that says, "Kill Trump now." All right? There's a big difference. So Katersky was trying to cause the television audience to assume some MAGA supporter did this. I think Katersky should be fired immediately. That's why these sort of things happen. Irresponsible media. All right. That's quite interesting, though. Hello, Billy. Good morning. Hello, Steve, for the Overnight Drive, folks. Heading up to Garysburg, North Carolina, and it's back down to Southport, North Carolina. Hello to Danny. Greetings. Hello from Yonkers, New York tonight. Danny Shortwave and Radio DX. Good to have you with us. Dingbat, I do believe, is hanging in there this early Thursday morning. Good morning, Dingbat.
Good morning. I want to give feedback on what Grump said. As you know, I am a recovering addict. Yes, I am a recovering addict. I got 9 years clean. However, I've had some traumatic stuff has gone on since I've been clean. I lost my mom. I've lost everything. Thank you, Brain Dead, for adopting me, I should say. No, wait, he married me. But I want to give feedback on that. You can help an addict by saying, hey, let's go to an NA meeting. Hey, let's do this. You cannot manipulate them. They're going to keep on doing it. There's a group on YouTube called Tales of the Streets. And you think it's bad? Mm-hmm. It's bad. It's everywhere you go.
No, I've seen
Arizona to here in Memphis. It's real life. I mean, I hate to say this, tell people, I've overdosed 4 times. Did not stutter, 4 times. Narcan was not even thought of when I did it. All I was doing was chase that first high, chase that first high, chase that first high. However, like I said, I am 9 years clean, and I'm very proud of it. And just recently, I just got in touch with my brother, who I've not talked in 15 years, y'all. 15. So good things are to come. But also, before I forget, if you want to look up, August 31st is Overdose Awareness Month. Let that sink in. So, however, like I said, Grump, I'm a recovering addict and I'm proud of it.
But at some point, what was he? I was trying to understand where he's coming from. Everyone who does drugs makes a decision at one point to, and I guess with this stuff, it's just to try something. And I've never done it, so I don't know. I mean, some say that once you just try it, you can't just try it and walk away. That like you could smoke a joint and not like it. You can drink a beer, maybe not like it, and just with things like heroin and some of these narcotics, especially the fentanyl that is tearing this country apart. They say once you just try it, you can't stop.
But did you know, Steve, alcohol is actually the hardest thing to come off of?
Even more difficult than the likes.
Because
even more difficult than what we're seeing. Because I know what you're talking about there. The streets of Kensington or life on the street. I mean, it's the zombies, the people hunched over. And I mean, they interview some of them and they're not happy, but they can't stop. They're not liking what they're doing, but they can't stop.
Right, and I was like that. I'm not going to lie to you. I was just like that. Once I don't want to I'm proud to say it. I mean, I'm not saying like, haha, I'm proud. I am proud to say I'm a recovering addict of meth, cocaine, heroin, weed, even whippets. If everybody knows what that is, I'd rather not say it on air. Just look it up on Google.
I grew up. I know what they are. There used to be a shop where you could buy the damn things. I did some of those when I was younger too. I never got addicted to them, but I mean, it's like tried a few.
I mean, I'm a recovering addict. I mean, it's hard to come off my drug twice. I mean, I was detoxing when I was in rehab. I've been in 6 different rehabs, and like they say in Narcotics Anonymous, you'll either end up in jails, institutions, or death. So, I mean, I'm 9 years clean. Like I said, a lot of stuff has happened in my life. And like I said, my brothers came in my life. And I'm happy my brothers come in my life. And believe it or not, y'all, he's a truck driver. Never knew. But, I mean, things happen. Yes, it's a hard thing to come off of mental health. I mean, part of my addiction, I've gotten shot. I'm not proud of it. I survived. And like I said, it's hard to help that next addict. You can say, hey, don't do this. Hey, don't do that. But it's just like when you were growing up, didn't your mom say, don't touch that stove? Don't touch that stove. Don't touch that stove. Well, guess what? When you touch it, you learned your lesson, didn't you? But also having a support team for that person, like, hey, we're here for you. Be that shoulder to cry on when they're having that hard withdrawal of something. I mean, it's hard. I mean, I'm not here to preach recovery. That's for somebody if they want to call. If you have somebody struggling, I'm here for them.
Mm-hmm.
I know if Brain Dead's listening, he'll probably call later on. You know, female to female, male to male. We're all like that. If somebody wants to talk to a female, hey, I'm raising my hand up. Here I am. I'm here to try to steer them in the right way and try to help that ex-addict, to try to help them get clean. I mean, there's a book I read when I don't brag about this also, when I was locked up. It's called Chasing That First High. Or if you want, there's a movie on Hulu we were talking about a while back called Dope Sick.
Mm-hmm.
And then, you know, I highly recommend people watch that or read the book. It's about firsthand of a person that experiences substance abuse, just like me. I'm not saying I'm the author of it, but I read about it. But it's down to the T of me. Or go to an Al-Anon meeting. Get it what it feels like from that parent or someone, so they know, like, hey, my kid's going through that. Maybe I can help them by going somewhere. I mean, it's hard. I'm not here to talk about, like I said, recovery or substance abuse or Alcoholics Anonymous or anything like that. Just be that person. Be the strong support that they need. Because, like I said, I have overdosed 4 times. I'm not happy over it. But, like I said, be the strong person you need to be for that person.
So
like I always say, I need you to be strong. Go ahead.
You're a prime example of someone that's got a second chance at life, or a third or a fourth, I guess you could say.
Also, there's something called 2%. Only 2% of meth addicts around can stay clean for this long. I mean, like I always say, I need you to be strong. I need to be strong so you can be strong, so we can be strong together.
Dingbat, I appreciate you taking the time to share with us this morning. The one thing I think about when I see some of those videos, the streets of Kensington, is the sheer number of individuals. And where are they getting the drugs? They're pretty much, obviously, for some of the females, they've got to do what they do. They'll do tricks on the street. But I just can't understand every morning, or whatever time they actually do wake up from their slumber, and they're beginning to feel the sickness. Apparently, it's so easy, how are the drugs so easily available on the streets is the point that I don't understand. And if you stop the supply, wouldn't they have to find help? Here's a trucking industry out of Oklahoma, where the Highway Patrol finding over 11 million potentially lethal doses of fentanyl after pulling over a car hauler a few days ago. On I-40, troopers pulled over the car hauler for following too closely, but then observed suspicious indicators, as they called it, after obtaining permission to search the vehicle, discovering 49.55 pounds of fentanyl hidden in a concealed void inside one of the cars on the trailer. They didn't offer much more as far as details about the traffic stop. They said that this post is intentionally vague to avoid providing details that could aid the criminal organizations in their deadly operations. But fentanyl, 50 times stronger than heroin, just 2 milligrams, can take your life. The leading cause of overdose deaths in the U.S. today. That seizure alone, they said, represented over 11 million potential deadly doses, enough to kill every man, woman, and child in the state of Oklahoma 3 times. Let that sink in.
Don't get stuck buying, or worse, leasing a used truck that's just going to break down. At TEL, we help owner-operators succeed with a new truck for as low as $500 down and affordable weekly payments with 24/7 support, plus access a network of top carriers. Choose an industry leader that has your back. Call TEL at 866-404-6289 or visit tel360.com. Use promo code OVERNIGHT100. We know being over the road isn't easy, but getting parts for your truck can be. Rainey's offers over 100,000 parts and accessories, from chrome to cab comforts, watermelon lights to necessary replacement parts. It's all available on our website. Got questions? Our team of experts has your back from start to finish with unmatched customer service you won't get anywhere else. Head to Rainey's.com to get $25 off any order over $250 with code DRIVE25 at checkout.
Tired of the guesswork when it comes to your load weight? With RightWay, stay in control on the road and on the DOT's good side. From onboard load scales to Bluetooth-enabled monitoring, RightWay helps truckers and fleets cut down on time, fines, and fuel waste, all without hitting the scale. Smarter hauling starts here. Want more details? Head over to RWLS.com. RightWay. Drive more, scale less.
Looking to stretch every mile and every dollar? Go with Speedmax tires, designed specifically for U.S. roads and built tough for long hauls. With a best-in-class mileage-to-cost ratio, you'll get more miles, fewer swaps, and more money in your pocket. Built strong, priced smart. That's SpeedMax. SpeedMax, built for the long haul, priced for the smart hauler. For more info, call 860-436-4100 or buy online at digitire.com.
All right, what do you say? Back to the phones we go, and somewhere out there we'll find Carl. Morning, Carl.
Good morning, Steve. Traveling through Chattanooga. Got about 3.5 hours to go before I begin my 4-day holiday.
All right.
So, yeah, I took a day off tomorrow night, so I'll get to do a little bit of karaoke tonight. And then I'll go back in on Monday evening. And I've got a Saturday football game I'm going to attend up at Louisville. Eastern Kentucky University's up there. I've got a cousin that plays for Eastern Kentucky University. Hopefully he'll get some time at the running back position a little bit. Yeah, Louisville is a 38-point favorite over Eastern, but I'm expecting my cousin to do some damage in the game.
There you go.
So hopefully.
Think positive.
Yeah. So hopefully he'll get to carry the ball a little bit anyway. But, getting into the issue that happened today, yesterday, I thought about the previous transgender shootings that's gone on, okay?
Mm-hmm.
And I also thought about the assassin that tried to take out Donald Trump. Now, obviously, he wasn't involved in the transgender stuff, but he had a pre-plan, okay? His plan was well planned out. He visited the site. He did his thing there, with the drone and all of that stuff. There were several warning signs that were ignored in the Dylan Roof thing there with Trump there. And he actually killed one spectator in the audience, okay, behind Trump there. So we've got some mental issues in this country, okay?
Mm-hmm.
It's obvious. We've got so many mental issues, and they come from different things. I mean, these kids are growing up the wrong way, all right? You can't say it's the correct way. And their parents are somewhat to blame, okay? You look at the Epstein thing, okay? And you look at the Epstein thing, and you've got those girls involved in that. They were young girls. How did they get involved in all of this? I mean, you just wonder, how were they drawn into this? Because there is some reasoning behind this that they're not getting the proper counseling. They're not getting the issue of study that they need to not do the things that they do. And this young man here this past day, he has this weird manifesto that he's published on YouTube, and he's done it live. He's done some things live on YouTube before he did this monstrous deed in front of the Catholic Church here, and he's killed a couple of young people, 8 years old and one 10 years old. Okay, so he's done this, and he's done it with a manifesto saying what he's going to do, beforehand and everything. So I think that Donald Trump is probably going to have to work on a mental illness secretary to take charge of this issue and work with Robert Kennedy probably on this and try to come up with some kind of a reasoning on how this is all happening. And I believe FBI Director Kash Patel has already gotten a hold of this case because he's calling it a hate crime.
Yep.
Okay, against Catholics.
Yep.
Yes, and so usually when the FBI gets involved in it, the local law enforcement is probably, they're just there to support the issue. Just to mainly, go run errands for the FBI, basically. But the thing is that we've got Dr. Phil. Okay, if you could, Ben Carson. There's quite a few people that we've got in this country that could work on these issues here with these young people. And this young man, I don't know if he was involved in fentanyl or what kind of drugs he was involved with, other than sex change. I think maybe he was involved in trying to seek a sex change or something, because he's changed his name to Robin, and then his mom had to sign off on it. And, they're right there. Okay, the mother should have said, we need some help. We need some help here, because a boy is a boy. Okay, bad advice does not, it's no excuse. You can't give the young man bad advice. Okay, he's a boy, all right? He's a boy. And whether or not he's got low testosterone, I don't know. But if he's got the male organs, okay, and if he had the female organs, then he's a female. There are very few who have both, okay? So we all know this, and there are things that you can discuss about the issue, but there's bad advice given to these people sometimes. And this is the issue here, what we're discussing right now, as to why he goes out and does this, okay? Because his brain is wired as a man, as a young man, a male, okay? His brain. How can you get in the brain and change it? Okay, you maybe could manipulate his body, but how are you going to change his brain other than doing drugs that changes the brain? Okay,
and that's the estrogens, the testosterones, and that's what they're using to try to change. But we got to get a news break here. Bottom of the hour coming up. Thanks for checking in, though, Carl. Get back to the calls just ahead at 844-844-3388. I think John wanted to respond maybe to Dingback. We've got Senor Heatwave. Eagle will be back with more. Don't buy or lease another truck without first calling Tell. New trucks as low as $500 down. Call 866-404-6289.
USA Radio News, I'm Anthony Lucero. Family members are speaking out after a shooting at a Minneapolis school. This father described his morning.
Obviously, as any parent, I immediately left work and was a nervous wreck. I can't imagine some of these parents. My heart goes out to them. But I was just shocked and disbelieved that this is happening.
Police say a man started shooting at a church filled with children during a mass at the Annunciation Catholic Church in the south side of the city. The foreign minister of Denmark is accusing the U.S. of running an influence campaign in Greenland.
In a statement, Foreign Minister Lars Rasmussen said they are aware of foreign actors who continue to show an interest in Greenland. Rasmussen said any attempt to interfere in the internal affairs of the kingdom will, of course, be, quote, unacceptable. He also said he has summoned the top U.S. diplomat in Denmark for a meeting. President Trump believes the U.S. needs to take control of Greenland for strategic purposes. I'm Rory O'Neill.
From America's News Network, USA Radio News.
If you want 5 free classic radio shows to add to your library or listen to them anytime you'd like, just go to 100radioshows.com. There's 5 shows waiting for you. Fibber, McGee and Molly, Suspense, Jack Benny, Gunsmoke, and Richard Diamond, Private Detective. They're yours free. Just put your email in. We'll send you a email with 5 links. The links never expire. The shows sound amazing. They're yours as our gift. At that site, 100radioshows.com, there are hundreds and hundreds of additional classic radio shows for purchase. If you decide to buy any of those shows, use the promo code
radio.
That's right. Use the promo
secret
code
word is
radio. If you do that, you'll save 70% on your order. Now, that's done at checkout. Make sure you put the promo code in, save 70%. Get some free classic radio shows at 100radioshows.com. at 100radioshows.com.
Ready to take the wheel of your future? With Transport Enterprise Leasing, you could start for just $500 down. Get new equipment, expert support, and a path to ownership, all with one of the lowest upfront costs in the industry. Whether you're starting out or leveling up, TEL is here to help you succeed. Visit tel360.com or call 866-404-6289. Use promo code OVERNIGHT100 to get rolling today.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme.
Today's ultra-low sulfur fuels are cleaner, but they leave injector deposits, causing frequent DPF regens and low throttle response. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is a 6-in-1 fuel additive recommended for all diesel engines. It is formulated with the most concentrated detergent on the market, a top-tier level cetane booster, lubricity enhancer, water demulsifier, rust and corrosion inhibitors, and a fuel stabilizer. Diesel Extreme is a once every 6-month treatment that will clean your entire fuel system, starting at the fuel tank and traveling throughout the fuel lines and fuel pump, and finally completely cleaning your injectors. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme improves your diesel's fuel economy and eliminates excessive black smoke.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, fine farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Looking to stretch every mile and every dollar? Go with Speedmax tires. Designed specifically for U.S. roads and built tough for long hauls. With a best-in-class mileage-to-cost ratio, you'll get more miles, fewer swaps, and more money in your pocket. Built strong, priced smart. That's Speedmax. Speedmax, built for the long haul, priced for the smart hauler. For more info, call 860-436-4100 or buy online at digitire.com. When your injectors fail, your truck and your paycheck stop moving. At Industrial Injection, we remanufacture diesel injectors to perform better than brand new. Tighter specs, cleaner fuel delivery, and tested in-house by diesel experts. Plus, we build turbos, pumps, engine kits, and more, all backed by over 40 years in the diesel industry. It doesn't matter if you're running on modern common rail or legacy mechanical, we've got you covered. Call 800-955-0476 or visit industrialinjection.com. Knowledge you trust, quality you depend on. Tired of the guesswork when it comes to your load weights? With Rightway, stay in control on the road and on the DOT's good side. From onboard load scales to Bluetooth-enabled monitoring, Rightway helps truckers and fleets cut down on time, fines, and fuel waste, all without hitting the scale. Smarter hauling starts here. Want more details? Head over to RWLS.com. Rightway. Drive more, scale less.
Well, in the sports world, looks like it's official. The last team in Major League Baseball that had not yet been swept in the season has now been, those Cincinnati Reds. Well, they made it, till the 27th day of August before losing 3 consecutive. Of course, they were facing off against one of the hottest teams in baseball, the National League Western Division leading LA Dodgers. With that sweep, that gives them 4 consecutive wins. Dodgers 77 and 57 on the season. All right. Well, the Reds, about a week ago, they were only a half game out of the third wild card spot. Yeah, and looking pretty grim now. They're 4.5 behind. Yeah, it looks like the Cubs are really pretty much solidly locked into a wild card spot if they can finish out their season, which I don't think they're going to have any difficulty with that. Meanwhile, back to the phones we go. And John, I do believe, wanted to chime in this morning.
Hey, good morning, Steve. I'm calling from North Carolina, and I'm a first-time caller. I enjoy your program. I'm glad you do what you do, sir.
Well, thank you so much.
I wanted to let you know that, I'm glad to, I'll extend compliments when deserved, for sure, and well-deserved they are. I was going to follow up with what the lady, I think you gave her, you have a nickname for her, is that correct?
Her handle is Dingbat, yes.
Dingbat. All right. Well, 10-4 on that. And she was making very pertinent points and relevant, but here's what I'm beginning to notice at this point, and we're several years into it, around fentanyl. It's being put in other substances that for no reason would it ever be added, because it doesn't enhance the other substances.
Mm-hmm.
The only reason you would add it is you're trying to kill people, and that's poisoning. And I've noticed that Trump's administration, they use the term poisoning more often than anyone in Biden's administration did, but it's warfare. I mean, they're basically using it as bombs, just as deadly as bombs. And we're losing a lot of people. We definitely are. Mm-hmm. And a good portion of those people are particularly really young people who aren't drug addicts, and they're experimenting with something for a reason. I've got an exam coming up, I need to stay awake. They get an Adderall.
Yeah.
Well, fentanyl does not enhance Adderall, and it's got to be happening, just south of the border by the cartels is what I would imagine, that they're the ones that are, making all these illegal substances, and then anything that's coming our way, they add fentanyl, and even up to and including marijuana. Like fentanyl would, it's never going to help marijuana be better, ever. And I say this all from experience, and I don't really want to explain how, but I have a long history in this field, and even some experience with some folks from below Honduras and those Latin American countries on into South America. And I don't have that, I don't do anything like that anymore. I don't use drugs anymore. I don't involve myself with them, but I know that from experience that, it might make sense to put fentanyl in cocaine or heroin if, you want to intensify the heroin's effect.
Mm-hmm.
But it's usually strong enough. I mean, it doesn't need to be cut with something to make it stronger necessarily, but anything else, just about, you put fentanyl in, it's put in there to kill people. It's not put in there to enhance anything. And they're winning that war, and that's all I've got for you, Steve.
Well, I greatly appreciate the call, John, and we got your number here for a first-time caller code. We'll get you a $60 voucher for Hot Shot Secret products. All you got to do is go to hotshotsecret.com. Once you get your coupon code, put that in at checkout, and appreciate the call. Now, as far as the cartels, we've been talking about that for several years now with the fentanyl. They are actually manufacturing. They'll take those raw ingredients and they're making prescription drugs. What would look like something you legitimately picked up from a CVS or a Walgreens, your local pharmacy, whether it be a Percocet or a Vicodin, you name it, Oxycontin, I mean, all the various drugs, and they look legit. They end up on the streets, and they're being sold for people to get, obviously, I've heard many of the interviews with people that are stuck with the fentanyl habit on the streets, and they started off taking the Percocets. Really liked those Percocets. They're in manufacturing those sort of things. People get addicted, and they can't get a legitimate prescription anymore, so they're buying them on the street, and they have no idea that next Percocet they pop may be the Percocet that ends their life, because it's not Percocet, it's fentanyl. And that's happening every day in this country. And it's the cartels. And for the life of me, I can't understand, if you've got a clientele, I thought that the goal was always to have your clientele come back and buy more. You want to sell more of whatever product you're selling. And if you're killing your clientele, I guess the only thing they're able to get enough new customers or new clientele hooked on their product to where they continue to win. They never lose. All right, promised Senior Heatwave joins us. What's going on?
Oh, good morning, Senor. Oh, hell, not a whole hell of a lot. Just woke up here about 40 minutes ago. Oh, I'll tell you what, these days are getting longer and longer for me. Well, a couple of things. University of New Mexico put out mocked the University of Michigan for not putting out their roster for this coming Saturday's game. And all the thing I got to say is, don't give your opponent any more bulletin board material. Many years ago, when UNM was like, for something or whatnot, because they never really do have a good team. When they do, the coach leaves. They beat the 25th ranked Fresno State Bulldogs there at the stadium in Albuquerque. And they beat them pretty good. And they kept on chanting, "Sweeney's a weenie." And it came to bite them right in the butt the next year, because Sweeney told his players, run up the score. And what happened the next year in Fresno? The Bulldogs won 97-21. So I know it's a bunch of new kids in this. They probably don't remember that. And the coach obviously has no idea what happened. But I think he's been in the business long enough. Don't give your opponent any more bulletin board material. I swear to God. Carl, I think Dylan Ruth or whatever the hell that crazy man's name was, he's the one that killed those church people there in South Carolina. He wasn't the one that was shooting the president, I don't believe. Because Dylan Roof's name has come up several times about trying to, stave off the execution or whatnot that he's supposed to be getting. And to tell you the truth, I couldn't even tell you who that idiot was that was shooting the president there in Butler, PA. So,
yeah, but he's dead.
Yeah,
he's dead.
Go ahead. Yeah. Oh, yeah. That one's dead. But I mean, I heard the name Dylan Roof mentioned.
Mm-hmm.
And, I was like, I want to make sure that, we knew that was a South Carolina church shooter, not the one that was shooting at the president. Gone. Dust. So, it kind of makes you think, why did they jump the gun in getting rid of that body? But I digress. I'd sent the body cam video to your page from the New Mexico state trooper that pulled him over, or sheriff's officer, or whoever it was. That Indian name is. He knew English. He spoke enough, he got by. Because, even if the officer couldn't understand what he was asking, I understood perfectly what the guy was asking. Of course, being an armchair quarterback, that's easy to do. But, no, that guy knew what he did. He knew what he'd done. So, I'm tired of hearing, the guy didn't speak English. Well, that's too bad. Get him out of here. Then to find out, he did speak a little English. It's like, well, if he spoke enough to where he didn't have to worry about getting roadside checked, then, for the life of me, I can't understand why these people would want him to have a lenient sentence or, just outright have him forgiven. I guess when the full story comes out, we'll all know what to think about it. And even then, we're probably going to be in awe because it's like, he what?
Right.
The guy knew what he was doing. That's all there is to it. I mean, if he knew what he was doing enough to get the hell out of Florida, to get his things to fly to India.
Yep.
Oh, no, he knew what he was doing. He knew what he was doing. So that's nothing on that. The church shooter. I understand that the city mayor was yelling for more gun control. What more laws on the books can we have that would have stopped this guy? If he's feeling fluid in his transition or his whatever he's trying to do, sometimes you feel like a nut and sometimes you don't. If you have that going on, there is something wrong with you. You should not have guns. Whether you already had them or you're just now getting them, you shouldn't be able to get the gun because there is an issue with your thinking. And then there is a pattern of these transgender doing this, and I guess he was on some kind of drug that made him psychotic. Is that what I understand?
Now, that I have not yet heard, no. I have no idea.
Okay. All right. So, but I mean, you've already got someone that's thinking they're a woman and they're going through this process. So that should disqualify him for getting guns. And if he was on a medication to make him transition a little bit more that has side effects, that probably should have disqualified him to begin with. Now the question is, did he already have these guns or did he purchase them during this transition? And I understand that his mother worked at the church and was let go in 21 or 22.
She retired in 21.
That's the story that I've been given.
She retired in 21, and
right.
he actually went to school there. He graduated there. He graduated, I guess, 8th grade there.
Okay.
So,
well, I mean, it seems to fit a pattern, doesn't it? That one in Nashville, or what, that transgender that shot up that school up there, apparently it went to that school as well. And I don't know. It just gets me when they're screaming, we need more gun control. Well, what about the mental health side of it? Well, you can't talk to these people because they get upset. Well, if they get upset, then that means they have issues. If you can't talk to them, keeping a blind eye away and having to watch what you say around these particular individuals, that's an issue. It's a mental issue. You can disagree all you want, but I mean, if you get mad because someone is saying, I disagree with your decision or your ideology towards transitioning from male to female or female to male, what cause is there to get mad and start throwing a damn temper tantrum to the point where you want to kill people? And then you actually go out and do it. And it's a crying damn shame that they took their own life, because I think, like Trump said about D.C. and the killing that happened over there, we need to bring back the death penalty and put these butchers in the chair and let them fry. I mean, that is, you can say we have the death penalty, but if you don't use it, what good does it do? What deterrent is it?
And in a case like this, I don't think a death penalty would matter, because if you're willing to take your own life, you're not the death penalty means nothing. They pretty much knew, they anticipated. This individual expected to take his own life, and he did. But he was planning to take out as many kids. Why was the focus on children, according to the manifesto? He wasn't concerned about adults. He wanted to kill kids. We'll return after this, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
Thinking about becoming your own boss? Transport Enterprise Leasing makes it easy with new trucks, 24/7 maintenance support, and now you can save right from the start. Use promo code OVERNIGHT100 to get $100 off your first lease payments. Call TEL today at 866-404-6289 or visit tel360.com and take the first step toward owning your success. Looking to stretch every mile and every dollar? Go with Speedmax tires, designed specifically for U.S. roads and built tough for long hauls. With a best-in-class mileage-to-cost ratio, you'll get more miles, fewer swaps, and more money in your pocket. Built strong, priced smart. That's Speedmax. Speedmax, built for the long haul, priced for the smart hauler. For more info, call 860-436-4100 or buy online at digitire.com.
Hello, Big T here with Diesel Power Group. Listen, if your truck's in a repair center and you think it's being misdiagnosed or worse, being overcharged for an overhaul or an engine replacement, you need to stop and call Diesel Power Group now. Allow us to build the DPG solution that is right for you, not the repair center. We have over 4 decades in engine remanufacturing experience and specialize in Caterpillar, Cummins, Detroit, Mack, International, and John Deere. DPG offers an industry-leading warranty and turnaround times. We want to earn your trust every day. Don't believe us? Challenge us today by calling 574-594-5888 or visit us at dieselpowergroup.com and follow us on Instagram and Facebook. We are available 24/7. Mention code 374 and receive a $200 rebate towards your major failure repair.
Who would be calling you at this hour of the night or morning? Morning, Pappy.
Steve, it's been one of them nights. Is all I can tell you. I got to listen to about 2 minutes of the show, and that's when Dingbat was calling in. I had to hang up, make several calls. Called back in, got to listen to John, made some good points, agree with him, and then I had to hang up again. It's just one of them nights. I know we're getting close here, so I'm gonna make this real quick, sweet and to the point. Dingbat, we love you. Steve, anybody that overcomes the obstacles that she has overcome, anybody, man, Steve, that they got strength that we can only hope we have if we ever get put in that situation. So, respects up to Dingbat. God love her. I'm proud of her. I think all of the listeners are proud of her. Okay, let's get on to this shooting. I haven't heard anything, Steve, other than what I heard at the bottom of the hour on your podcast. Okay, so Steve, here's the deal, man. I know Heatwave was just talking about mental illness. obviously the left's going to be talking about gun control.
Mm-hmm.
Steve, I don't even want to hear about mental illness anymore, okay? This is flat out pure evil. These people are losing their will and selling their soul to the devil for whatever reason. Whether it's the medication they're taking, I'm telling you, Steve, we are in a fight between pure evil and good. It's been going on for quite some time. We're seeing it all around the world. We got Islamic extremists over in London going around stabbing babies. We don't hear about that in the news. Steve, I don't know if we're getting ready. We've talked about this before a couple times, if the second coming's ready to come or not. I don't know. But all you good people out there, get right with the Lord. I don't know. This is just crazy. So, that's all I got. God bless you. God bless Dean Bat. God bless all of you. I got to go, Steve.
All right. Thanks for checking in. Glad you were able to squeeze them in there as we roll toward top of the hour news break. Florida's Attorney General James Uthmeier praising the Trump administration, for taking swift action to deal with the problem of blue states issuing truck licenses to illegals and those who can't understand English. Commenting on Wake Up America concerning the Department of Transportation threatening to freeze federal funding for those states that don't require truck drivers to speak and understand English after the illegal truck driver who received his license in California made that U-turn 2 weeks ago tomorrow, stating, "I applaud President Trump and his administration for taking swift action, as they always do. You have this tragic accident at the hands of an illegal who should not have ever had his trucker's license to begin with. But you got these blue states that apparently are engaging in systemic abuse of the program, not only allowing illegals to get these permits, but enabling them to do so when they do not even speak English or understand road signs." All right. Operate under your own authority and choose your carrier. TEL gives you the freedom to run your business your way. Visit tel360.com.
Don't get stuck buying, or worse, leasing a used truck that's just going to break down. At TEL, we help owner-operators succeed with a new truck for as low as $500 down and affordable weekly payments with 24/7 support, plus access a network of top carriers. Choose an industry leader that has your back. Call TEL at 866-404-6289 or visit tel360.com. Use promo code OVERNIGHT100. We know being over the road isn't easy, but getting parts for your truck can be. Rainey's offers over 100,000 parts and accessories, from chrome to cab comforts, watermelon lights to necessary replacement parts. It's all available on our website. Got questions? Our team of experts has your back from start to finish with unmatched customer service you won't get anywhere else. Head to Rainey's.com to get $25 off any order over $250 with code DRIVE25 at checkout.
Tired of the guesswork when it comes to your load weights? With RightWay, stay in control on the road and on the DOT's good side. From onboard load scales to Bluetooth-enabled monitoring, RightWay helps truckers and fleets cut down on time, fines, and fuel waste, all without hitting the scale. Smarter hauling starts here. Want more details? Head over to RWLS.com. RightWay. Drive more, scale less. Looking to stretch every mile and every dollar? Go with Speedmax tires. Designed specifically for U.S. roads and built tough for long hauls. With a best-in-class mileage-to-cost ratio, you'll get more miles, fewer swaps, and more money in your pocket. Built strong, priced smart. That's Speedmax. Speedmax, built for the long haul, priced for the smart hauler. For more info, call 860-436-4100 or buy online at digitire.com.
USA Radio News, I'm Anthony Lucero. Family members are speaking out after a shooting at a Minneapolis school. This father described his morning.
Obviously, as any parent, I immediately left work and was a nervous wreck. I can't imagine some of these parents. My heart goes out to them. But I was just shocked and disbelieved that this is happening.
Police say a man started shooting at a church filled with children during a mass at the Annunciation Catholic Church in the south side of the city. Minneapolis Police Chief Brian O'Hara said the deceased children died while praying in the pews. 14 of the wounded are children. O'Hara says the gunman killed himself. Images show countless parents holding and hugging their crying children while being reunited. Lawyers for Kilmar Abrego Garcia are seeking asylum for the Salvadorian immigrant.
Abrego Garcia's lawyers have filed an emergency motion to reopen his case before an immigration judge to seek asylum in the U.S. Abrego Garcia was living legally in Maryland when he was accidentally deported back to El Salvador last March. He was returned to U.S. authorities and released from custody on Friday. On Monday, though, Abrego Garcia was arrested again and is now being threatened with deportation to Uganda. A U.S. district judge, however, is blocking customs officials from deporting him. I'm Tammy Trujillo.
The foreign minister of Denmark is accusing the U.S. of running an influence campaign in Greenland.
In a statement, Foreign Minister Lars Rasmussen said they are aware of foreign actors who continue to show an interest in Greenland and its position in the Kingdom of Denmark. Rasmussen said any attempt to interfere in the internal affairs of the kingdom will, of course, be, quote, unacceptable. He also said he has summoned the top U.S. diplomat in Denmark for a meeting. President Trump believes the U.S. needs to take control of Greenland for strategic purposes. I'm Rory O'Neill.
Wall Street closed with stocks higher.
At the closing bell, the Dow Jones Industrial Average gaining 147 points, the S&P 500 rose by 15 points, and the Nasdaq gaining 45 points. I'm Jonathan O'Halloran.
From America's News Network, USA Radio News.
If you want 5 free classic radio shows to add to your library or listen to them anytime you'd like, just go to 100radioshows.com. There's 5 shows waiting for you. Fibber McGee and Molly, Suspense, Jack Benny, Gunsmoke, and Richard Diamond, Private Detective. They're yours free. Just put your email in. We'll send you an email with 5 links. The links never expire. The shows sound amazing. They're yours as our gift. At that site, 100radioshows.com, there are hundreds and hundreds of additional classic radio shows for purchase. If you decide to buy any of those shows, use the promo code
radio.
That's right. Use the promo
secret
code
word is
radio. If you do that, you'll save 70% on your order. Now, that's done at checkout. Make sure you put the promo code in, save 70%. Get some free classic radio shows at 100radioshows.com, at 100radioshows.com.
The Michigan House has passed a $78 billion budget for fiscal year 2026 on a 59-45 vote to set up negotiations with the state Senate, which passed its budget this past spring.
House Speaker Matt Hall of Richland says their budget includes $3.4 billion for roads without raising taxes.
We've identified $5 billion of waste, fraud, and abuse in the state budget, and today the House passed a budget that cuts all of that waste, fraud, and abuse and sets better priorities for your tax dollars.
The Senate budget, however, was passed before the federal budget bill was approved. John Summers, USA Radio News.
With school starting in New York next week, Nassau County is launching what they call the first-in-the-nation technology to help police respond more quickly to school shootings and other incidents.
Nassau County Executive Bruce Blakeman making that announcement Wednesday, coincidentally, on the same day as the church tragedy involving students in Minneapolis.
Our number one job is to protect our kids.
Attention, our school is now in lockdown.
Plain Edge schools in Massapequa now have live camera feeds and devices in every classroom and bathroom to alert police in real time to dangerous incidents. Nassau Police Commissioner Kevin Catalina.
The last thing we want is kids reporting from inside a school what's going on.
The county has also assembled a new strategic response team made up of 40 police officers. I'm Sarah Lee Kessler.
And I'm Anthony Lucero, USA Radio News.
Good morning, guys. I just want to warn you, traffic is tough out there.
We are here for you to tell you how to keep safe.
Everybody who is listening needs to take cover as soon as they can.
To provide the music, talk, and sports you love. And to deliver the news that matters to you. We are the voices you can trust. We are live and local. We are America's broadcasters. Text radio to 52886 and tell Congress you depend on your local radio stations.
Message and data rates may apply. You may receive up to 4 messages a month.
This message furnished by the National Association of Broadcasters.
Looking to stretch every mile and every dollar? Go with Speedmax tires. Designed specifically for U.S. roads and built tough for long hauls. With a best-in-class mileage-to-cost ratio, you'll get more miles, fewer swaps, and more money in your pocket. Built strong, priced smart. That's Speedmax. Speedmax, built for the long haul, priced for the smart hauler. For more info, call 860-436-4100 or buy online at digitire.com. TEL's independent owner-operator program gives you the power to operate under your own authority or choose the carrier you want to run for. Drive a new truck with full factory warranties, solo or team. TEL has a lease that fits your business. Call us at 866-404-6289 or visit tel360.com and use promo code overnight100.
And now back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
Okay, you know what that means? That means we've got our final hour underway. Here on a Thursday, 28th day of August. Good to have you on board at 844-844-3388. You say your ears were burning?
Yeah, my ears were burning. I heard some dingy one mention my name. I mean, I'll figure it out in a minute. But no, you were talking about the whole wrong way truck driver on the I-55 bridge yesterday. I caught the podcast.
Yes.
Did you see where the officers had to drag him out at gunpoint to arrest him? I don't know what it is about those people who are illegals or foreigners, whatever, but I'm guessing that get out of the truck is not in their vocabulary. I mean, I saw somewhere here in the not too distance that a driver they had to chase down up in Indiana, went for like 20 or 30 miles to get him to pull over. And he's like, oh, I didn't know I needed to pull over.
Right.
So I don't know what's going on, but yes, you might be able to find this. Yesterday morning, we had a driver flip one over at I-40 in Watkins. The truck caught fire and killed both drivers in the vehicle, in the truck. And one set of people say that they were setting up for a drag race, which I don't believe, being 11 o'clock at night. But other people say he fell asleep at the wheel. And that's the one I kind of sort of believe that they fell asleep at the wheel.
Mm-hmm.
Because they literally pushed those guys to the limit. The other thing, too, is now about a week and a half ago, we actually caught one of these guys that was going eastbound on 40 about 3 miles from the Tennessee line, and he was drunk. He blew a .15. They took him to jail. Now, see, this is how stupid our government really is. They released him on a $7,500 bond. Now, I'm not a very intelligent person, but I know if I have one of those people or somebody who is not from this country, what are the chances of them being a flight risk? I don't know. Let's ask those guys down in Florida that. It should be pretty obvious. I mean, they're not coming back for court, and you know India or Punjabi or whatever the hell, they're not going to deport them back or send them back to face a DUI charge, not even a murder charge. So let me switch gears here. Now, I got a text from Dingbat. Now, Pappy, I need to know if I can borrow your donut shop discount card, because you got her balling pretty good, buddy.
Yeah.
I'm not saying it in a bad way, but in a good way. She appreciates that.
Yes.
Now, I've got 29 years clean from just starting on cocaine, and it is hard. It is extremely hard. I would rather go through a divorce and lose multi-billions of dollars like Jeff Bezos than to go through this. I have seen a lot of my friends be buried from it.
Mm-hmm.
I was part of NA for 12 years, and you hear the stories and what people live through to get hooked on it. It's not just like one day they wake up and take this. There's something behind it. It could be a molestation. It could be a rape. It could be human trafficking, prostitution. I mean, the world is wide open here. There's no specific thing. But it's getting off of it that's the hard part. And like Dingbat said, you can go to rehab all day long. It's just the support system you got around you. It's crazy how people are so quick to disown other people. But when they go to the funeral, they're like, well, I should have been there to help them. Yeah, you should have been there to help them. Because everybody thinks that, oh, well, I'm going to be there to support them, but I'm not going to give them no money. Well, that's fine, but everybody thinks the support is just money. They need some support, somebody around them to help them.
So when it comes to what do you mean? What kind of support do you offer? I understand you say, well, if I give them any money, if I give them $20, they're going to get drugs.
Well, if you give them money, you're not supporting. You're called enabling.
Okay,
that's all you're doing. That's it. It's just, hey, look, I'm going to help you get a job. Hey, I'm going to help you get your own place. Hey, I'm going to help you be your soundboard for when you need it. Hey, I catch you relapse, and I'm going to drag your butt back to the rehab, and I'm going to lock you away.
Mm-hmm.
Stuff like that. It's no specific. I really can't answer straight up. This is the support. This is the not support. But I know being there and kicking their butt is the main support. Encouragement, helping them out. It's like Dingbat. She sat there and said, well, I can't get a job. I can't get a job. No, you can get a job. You just got to try. You've got to want to try. And I didn't physically do this, so please do not take this the wrong way, but I literally put a gun to her head and say, hey, start looking for a job. What are they going to do? Tell you no? I mean, what's the problem? But everybody thinks that support is money. That's not it, Steve.
Okay.
So
real quick, I'm looking for my cheat sheet here. I had the picks. Here they are. Somebody's picking Tennessee to win this weekend. Are you picking Tennessee?
Oh Lord, I'm kind of leaning towards Syracuse.
Okay.
I'm leaning towards Syracuse, but I'm not 100% there. So.
In this case, it was actually the Grump and Big Ed. They both picked Tennessee.
So what's the wager here? What put like some barbecue on the line or something?
Well,
that'd be good. That'd be something good to do.
They're competing for bragging rights at the end of the season to be who is the official prognosticator of prognosticators.
You need to make it a little fun and interesting. Like you go to Mid-America and the loser buys the winner dinner. Or a donation to the favorite charity. Something like that. Make it interesting.
All right, well, Brain Dead, good to hear from you this morning. As always, thanks for chiming in. Safe travels out there. And all right, we can have a conversation about that. How do you make it interesting? Let me see. Hello to Truckin' Phil. There he is. Happy Truckin' Thursday coffee up. Good morning, Mr. Summers, the Hot Shot Secret Nation, and the great product of Staybill. 54 this morning, 72 for a high. Let's see. We're starting at 60, 71 the high in Newaygo, Michigan. So here we go. Fort Wayne, Newaygo, and back again. Have a great day, everyone. It's almost Friday. Oh, yeah, Labor Day weekend. And roll on, Knuckle Buster. Semper Fi from Truckin' Phil. Thank you very much. All right, the Food and Drug Administration. We talked about this on last night's show. They were talking about maybe phasing out the COVID vaccines. Boy, post-haste, the Food and Drug Administration has officially rescinded the emergency use authorization for the COVID vaccines. The authorizations that were used to justify the medical mandates, the lockdowns, the mass coercion under the Biden regime. The announcement this past day as the Food and Drug Administration simultaneously approved updated COVID boosters while ending what they called the blanket emergency status that big pharmaceutical companies and government bureaucrats had been hanging on to for years. So what does this mean? Yeah, the news, as the Health and Human Services Secretary Robert F. Kennedy Jr. posting this bombshell announcement on X, which says the FDA has now granted standard marketing authorization, not emergency approval for limited populations. Moderna, ages 6+ months, Pfizer, ages 5+, and Novavax, ages 12+. Americans may still access the vaccines if they wish, but only after consultation with their doctors. Fulfilling a major campaign promise of the Trump administration, which he said made it clear that the era of unchecked mandates is over. I promised 4 things, he said, to end the COVID vaccine mandates. Number 2, to keep vaccines available to people who want them, especially the vulnerable. Number 3, to demand placebo-controlled trials from companies. And number 4, to end the emergency. In a series of FDA actions, we accomplished all 4 goals. The emergency use authorization, once used to justify broad mandates on the general public, are now rescinded. The FDA has now issued marketing authorization for those at higher risk. These vaccines are available for all patients who choose them after consulting with their doctors. The American people demanded science, safety, and common sense. This delivers all 3. So the revised warnings, they say. In July, the Food and Drug Administration formally updated the safety labeling on all mRNA COVID-19 vaccines to reflect what many Americans have been warning about for years, a disturbingly high risk of myocarditis, particularly in young men, and the possibility of long-term irreversible heart damage. So those revised warnings apply to both Pfizer's Comirnaty and the Moderna Spikevax vaccines, following months of mounting pressure over transparency and accountability regarding the true risks of these experimental injections.
Ready to take the wheel of your future? With Transport Enterprise Leasing, you could start for just $500 down. Get new equipment, expert support, and a path to ownership, all with one of the lowest upfront costs in the industry. Whether you're starting out or leveling up, TEL is here to help you succeed. Visit tel360.com or call 866-404-6289. Use promo code overnight100 to get rolling today.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
Stiction.
Found throughout the oil system, stiction is the sticky friction that negatively impacts your engine's ability to function at an optimal level. The molecular structure of oil is a hydrocarbon. The engine's extreme heat, tight tolerances, and high pressure cause the oil to break down and release hydrogen, leaving behind varnish, a carbon-based deposit. The varnish clings to the engine's moving parts, creating drag on the turbocharger, oil pump, and pistons. Symptoms of stiction include a rough idle and the loss of fuel economy and performance. Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator delivers a 98% clean rating in third-party scrub tests. Its synthetic cleaner plus nano lubricant contains no harmful solvents and is formulated to be left in the engine to safely dissolve stiction for thousands of miles. It works as you drive.
Stiction Eliminator is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Truckers, meet the SpeedMax Pro Max, the tire built for serious hauls and serious peace of mind. With rugged construction and performance you can count on, Pro Max is made for the long road ahead. And here's the best part. It comes with an 8-year warranty. That's right, 8 years of confidence, mile after mile. Ask SpeedMax. Drive far. Drive strong. For more info, call 860-436-4100 or buy online at digitire.com. When your injectors fail, your truck and your paycheck stop moving. At Industrial Injection, we remanufacture diesel injectors to perform better than brand new. Tighter specs, cleaner fuel delivery, and tested in-house by diesel experts. Plus, we build turbos, pumps, engine kits, and more, all backed by over 40 years in the diesel industry. It doesn't matter if you're running on modern common rail or legacy mechanical. We've got you covered. Call 800-955-0476 or visit industrialinjection.com. Knowledge you trust. Quality you depend on. Tired of the guesswork when it comes to your load weight? With RightWay, stay in control on the road and on the DOT's good side. From onboard load scales to Bluetooth-enabled monitoring, RightWay helps truckers and fleets cut down on time, fines, and fuel waste, all without hitting the scale. Smarter hauling starts here. Want more details? Head over to rwls.com. RightWay. Drive more, scale less.
Yeah, talking about trying to get the drugs off the streets. See a report Shorty sends my way that federal agents with the DEA is stating that 27 people arrested in Franklin, New Hampshire in a sweeping narcotics bust that seized fentanyl and methamphetamine tied to the Mexico Sinaloa cartel. Investigators said the supply chain traced back through Lawrence, Massachusetts, a city long identified as a fentanyl hub for New England. According to the Post on X, 27 people, Franklin, New Hampshire, have just been arrested. Drugs directly linked to the Sinaloa cartel. The investigation continues. Authorities said the takedown targeted cartel-backed networks that are fueling the region's fentanyl crisis. Photos released by the DEA New England show suspects in handcuffs outside a home, bundles of cash seized. Of course, we know the Sinaloa cartel has long dominated the fentanyl trade here in the U.S., according to federal officials. And Lawrence has repeatedly been flagged as a key distribution point. Fentanyl remains the nation's leading cause of overdose deaths, with more than 70,000 fatalities per year, according to CDC data. More arrests, of course, they tell us, are possible there in Franklin. I think somebody's snoring there. Hey, is this Doug?
Yes, this is Doug. Thanks for taking my call, Steve.
What's going on,
regarding Doug? The Washington Washington Detour. What road was that on where the bridge got hit?
Oh, let me see. Did the story I shared not mention that? I'll have to pull it back up.
I don't know. I may have missed it. You may have said, and I didn't hear it. I was just curious, like what was it, I-5, I-90, 405? And what is the detour, 38 miles?
Okay, I'll have to, like I said, I'll have to do a little quick research on it. Yeah, the story, the story, oddly enough, did not mention that. So it just said the bridge. What bridge, right? Somewhere in King and Pierce County.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, I appreciate you putting the information out there. I just wanted to know a little more if possible, but thanks again, Steve.
Yeah, I'm going to pull it up here, and I'll have it for you probably in just a few moments, okay? And I'll share that with the audience. You got it. All right, here, let me see. I told you I could get it quick. It's the White River Bridge on State Route 410 in Washington. So it's, I guess, not a state route, not a major interstate. 38-mile detour in place using State Route 164, State Route 18, State Route 167, and State Route 410, adding significant travel time for drivers. A recent emergency proclamation was issued to expedite repairs, which are underway, while engineers analyze the extensive damage. So the White River Bridge, wherever that is, it's east of Tacoma, between Buckley and Enumclaw, closed both directions. So that 38 miles adds, they say, anywhere from 45 minutes to an hour to the travel time there. Meanwhile, a couple minutes before news break, sadly for animal lovers, 4 horses killed in a semi-truck rollover crash that occurred in Utah Tuesday evening near LaSalle, Utah. According to KUTV, the semi was holding 31 horses when it overturned, freeing many of the horses and killing others. 4 were killed in the wreck, while the others were rounded up by local cowboys and cowgirls. Now, that would have been a sight to behold, according to the San Juan County Sheriff's Office. The horses were transported to the nearby fairgrounds. They were kept and cared for until other arrangements were made. But they threw a special shout-out. So I guess in a community like this, you've got real ranchers and honest-to-goodness cowboys and cowgirls that mounted their horses with the ropes and the lassos to round up the freed horses. Thanks to the help of Guy Tracy, Charlie Tracy, Nathan Freestone, David Robinson, Stephen Robinson, Brian Robinson, and Lauren Hollyoak. The rest of the horses, the sheriff said, were rounded up. This was a big operation for our county. And without the help of the residents, we would have never been able to pull it off. And the driver of the semi-truck was not hurt. Reason for the crash not disclosed. But there you go. Thanks to the cowboys and the cowgirls out there in the wild, wild west where they still know how to do that thing, right? Rodeo time in real life in that case. It is 844-844-3388. Lease with TEL and enjoy affordable payments and support that keeps you running smooth anywhere in the continental USA. Learn more by visiting tel360.com. News break, and we return after this. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
USA Radio News, I'm Anthony Lucero. Family members are speaking out after a shooting at a Minneapolis school. This father described his morning.
Obviously, as any parent, I immediately left work and was a nervous wreck. I can't imagine some of these parents. My heart goes out to them. But I was just shocked and disbelieved that this is happening.
Police say a man started shooting at a church filled with children during a mass at the Annunciation Catholic Church in the south side of the city. The foreign minister of Denmark is accusing the U.S. of running an influence campaign in Greenland.
In a statement, Foreign Minister Lars Rasmussen said they are aware of foreign actors who continue to show an interest in Greenland. Rasmussen said any attempt to interfere in the internal affairs of the kingdom will, of course, be, quote, unacceptable. He also said he has summoned the top U.S. diplomat in Denmark for a meeting. President Trump believes the U.S. needs to take control of Greenland for strategic purposes. I'm Rory O'Neill.
From America's News Network, USA Radio News.
If you want 5 free classic radio shows to add to your library or listen to them anytime you'd like, just go to 100radioshows.com. There's 5 shows waiting for you. Fibber McGee and Molly, Suspense, Jack Benny, Gunsmoke, and Richard Diamond, Private Detective. They're yours free. Just put your email in. We'll send you an email with 5 links. The links never expire. The shows sound amazing. They're yours as our gift. At that site, 100radioshows.com, there are hundreds and hundreds of additional classic radio shows for purchase. If you decide to buy any of those shows, use the promo code
radio.
That's right. Use the promo code.
The word is
radio. If you do that, you'll save 70% on your order. Now, that's done at checkout. Make sure you put the promo code in. Save 70%. Get some free classic radio shows at 100radioshows.com. At 100radioshows.com.
At TEL, we know what it takes to succeed as an owner-operator because we were founded by one. The big secret? Affordable new trucks. New equipment keeps you moving, improves cash flow, and delivers reliability. For over 20 years, we've helped drivers take the next step in their careers. Call TEL at 866-404-6289 and use promo code OVERNIGHT100. We look forward to meeting you.
Truckers, meet the Speedmax Pro Max, the tire built for serious hauls and serious peace of mind. With rugged construction and performance you can count on, Pro Max is made for the long road ahead. And here's the best part. It comes with an 8-year warranty. That's right, 8 years of confidence, mile after mile. Ask Speedmax. Drive far. Drive strong. For more info, call 860-436-4100 or buy online at digitire.com.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
fuel additives.
The purpose behind most fuel additives is to impact performance of your diesel or provide protection to your fuel system. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment provides both performance enhancement and protection with 6 key components. This fully formulated premium fuel treatment includes the performance-enhancing cetane boost, injector cleaner, and LX4 lubrication, as well as protection against water with a demulsifier and rust inhibitor, plus a stabilizer that minimizes fuel filter clogs. Everyday Diesel Treatment delivers a 6-in-1 premium fuel treatment for every fill-up, every time.
Everyday Diesel Treatment is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Tired of the guesswork when it comes to your load weight? With RightWay, stay in control on the road and on the DOT's good side. From onboard load scales to Bluetooth-enabled monitoring, RightWay helps truckers and fleets cut down on time, fines, and fuel waste, all without hitting the scale. Smarter hauling starts here. Want more details? Head over to RWLS.com. RightWay. Drive more, scale less. Your factory fuel filter is letting you down. AirDog heavy-duty diesel fuel systems don't just filter your fuel. The AirDog fully optimizes your truck's fuel system for peak efficiency. The factory-provided filter simply removes particulates and water from fuel. The AirDog system removes all contaminants, including entrained air, water, and particulates, and feeds the engine pump with optimal pressure. Check out AirDogDiesel.com to learn how you can capture every bit of performance and efficiency from your fuel system.
You're listening to the Overnight Drive. with Steve Summers.
All right, back at it here. Round and third, headed for home. See what's going on with the anonymous hippopotamus. What are we getting a late start here?
Well, we've just been sitting back listening, Your Honor.
Oh, I got you.
We started about 8 o'clock. We got started about 8 o'clock last night there, and had a midnight load in Philly, and just got done with the 4 o'clock load here in Baltimore. So we're on our way to deliver our second one. But what day is it, Your Honor? I just told the guy to have a good weekend, and he's like, weekend?
Weekend? It's not.
So today must only be Friday Eve. It's not casual Friday yet.
It's Friday Eve. Yes, that is correct.
Yeah. All right. Now all this talking going on, we got going on, all this news stuff and that. That's I don't know. I lost track of what day it was. And then you had me all confused. Talked about a bridge closure in Washington and trying to figure out where
Washington
the White River
State.
Bridge
I'm
is.
sorry,
Here in
Washington
DC
State.
Yeah.
There's a difference.
Yeah.
No, I didn't say. I did not say Washington DC. I said Washington.
Yeah. Not where our great president lives. But I don't blame him for not living in the other Washington, anyways. But anyways, there. So when you talked about that, we had a cement truck there that decided to cross a 4-ton wooden bridge. And I don't know if the understructure, the supporting structure was wooden as well, but it was at least all wooden deck. And as I say, the weight rating of the bridge was 4 tons, and you got a 4-axle cement truck there fully loaded. But it was the shortest way to go to get there, where he had to go. It was the shortest way going across that bridge. But it ended up being the most time consuming, because by the time the 2 wreckers got done coming to lift him out of the water after he fell through the bridge, you know where that ended up. But anyway, so that happened a little while back. So you just had this story before the news here. You reported about the semi-trailer rolling over that had 31 horses on it.
Yes.
Did it say what the destination of that tractor trailer was with those 31 horses?
No, sir.
Yeah, it might not have been a happy ending for which way those horses were going. To have 31 horses in a tractor trailer is packed pretty tight, and most people don't want their horses traveling down the road.
You mean it's going
standing side by side?
It's going to Ralston Purina?
Not either in Canada or Mexico, because they can't do that in the United States anymore. But they can sell them in this country to send them across either the north or south border to have that happen.
Okay.
So, and there's a lot of that goes on. So their final destination might not have been much more than where they were at then. I hate to say it, but the thing is that there's a whole bunch of animal rescue, horse rescue sanctuaries and all that are out here, and these auctions barns and sale barns, and these people all know that these people don't want these horses to end up on the slaughter market. So when they auction them off, they pretty much invite them to come in, and of course they try to get, backers and financing people to come in to help them I'm doing air quotes, rescue the horses. And so it actually jacks the prices up on what they get for them, so they can actually sell them for higher than what they'd actually be going for at the slaughter market price.
Wow.
So it's a real scam game that's out here, and it's a whole nother thing. But anyways, as I say, with that many horses on a semi trailer, it's a lot, because the racehorse industry, if they might have 12, 14, possibly 16 in a tractor trailer. So, I'm just to say these guys that are out here normally running, I don't know. I just kind of know what we did with our show horses that we did and the space we had left. And, but, if Morrissey's or a couple of these other horse transporters are out there, they'd be able to tell you a little bit better about that. But anyway, so other than that, I don't know. It sounds like you guys pretty much covered all the news. The only thing I can say is that it sounds like the typical news deals going on out there in the three-ring circus, and of course, at least the notoriety of what happened isn't going to go to the person that did the shooting this time, at least. But as I think it was Plowboy said, having this three-ring media circus out there just gives others interest in trying to be a copycat to it. So I think Plowboy's right. This stuff should all be low key, and one mention about it across the air and pull the plug and be done with it. It's good for people to know, but sometimes we don't need to know too much or have it repeated too long, because it, as you say, the notoriety part there sometimes influences other people to.
What if they're looking for
good things?
If you're looking for notoriety, you sure as hell ain't gonna get it when you don't know what's going on when you're dead.
Well, this is true. As I said, nobody ever claimed these people were too intelligent. Sometimes, Your Honor, see some of these criminals. What was the one you just got done talking about? The tractor trailer, was it an auto transport you said that had the fentanyl in it that they did the big bust on? What did they stop him for?
Tailgating.
Following too close. Yeah. If you're going to be driving drugs down the highway, maybe you shouldn't be tailgating people or running without all your lights working or speeding, or just maybe you ought to just drive right. Half these people that get stopped on I-95 between Richmond, Virginia, and New York City are doing something in violation, and a lot of times it's excessive speed, and a lot of times it's 80, 90, 100 miles an hour they're getting stopped for doing by having drugs in their car and taillights out and headlights out, and it's like, and combinations thereof. So the intelligence level of some of our criminals in this country, Pappy can probably tell you sometimes, anyway. But I don't know. Other than that, I don't know. So I got to figure out what the heck I'm doing here. Casual Friday Eve, huh? That means I got to work tomorrow and Saturday. You're just stretching this week out on me. I was hoping to be done here pretty quick. Oh, well. All right, Your Honor. With all that nonsense, we'll let you go there. See what else you can do for the rest of the morning.
Yeah, my apologies. You've got some extra work yet to be done. Yeah, that is true. Okay, it's 844-844-3388. Well, I guess we can, without a doubt, say, were it not for one Donald Trump, it would have never happened. But NATO announcing this past day that all of its members are finally set this year to hit the alliance's defense spending target of 2% of GDP. As they gear up for a far more ambitious goal, the 32-nation military alliance agreed at a June summit in The Hague to massively hike defense spending over the next decade under pressure from none other than Donald Trump. Trump pushed through a commitment from allies to cough up 5% of their GDPs on security-related spending, in a move that is seen as key to keeping him engaged with NATO. That headline figure breaks down as 3.5% on core defense spending and 1.5% on a looser range of areas like infrastructure and cybersecurity. The new target replaces the former military spending goal of 2% that was first set back in 2014. NATO said in a statement that all allies were now expected to reach that goal this year, and that overall defense spending across the alliance would top $1.5 trillion for the year with a T. That comes after a group of stragglers, including Spain, Belgium, Italy, hastily announced plans to reach 2% ahead of the Hague gathering. But the struggle to reach that figure highlights how difficult it's going to be for NATO countries in Europe to achieve that far higher new target. Back in his 2016 campaign, Trump frequently criticized NATO for relying on us, the United States, failing to invest in their own defense. At the May 2017 NATO summit in Brussels, Trump directly confronted the leaders, declaring that 23 of the 28 nations are still not paying what they should be paying. That's not fair to the people and the taxpayers of the United States. They also used the term delinquent to describe underperforming countries, implying that each of them should pay up for the protection they receive. But it would not have happened without, undoubtedly, one Donald Trump. Let me see, we got Mark on the line, I do believe. Good morning.
Hey, good morning. Good morning, Steve. I just wanted to comment about Grump. I love to listen to that guy. I'm thinking we ought to call him, well, it's ironic that his name rhymes with Trump, so I'm not sure what we could come up with, but I love his style, man. He says it the way it is. When I talk like that to my wife, she'll say, you don't need to be so drastic. I'm like, it's just the way it is. And Grump, I don't know where he got that name, because he's not a grump. Maybe it's because he's always talking negative, but it's because of the BS that's going on. Right. So I don't look at him as a grump. But anyways, the shooter, Anthony Lucero, on the news, referred to it as a him. I thought that was interesting.
Yes, I noticed that.
I wanted to be a girl, but
I caught that.
Yes, that was. I loved it. But you want to ask his mom, so how's this working for you? She did not know it. I mean, and she supposedly aided him in changing. This whole crap that we got to listen to, LGBTQ, we got to be understanding. We got to accept. No, we don't need to accept that lifestyle. If you want to do what you want to do behind closed doors, knock yourselves out. Go ahead, even though God calls it sin. But I might add, before I look at them low life and judge them, which I guess I just did, God also hates lust and adultery, which a lot of us are guilty of that, and I'm one of them. But he forgives us, and I'm thankful for that. But these people, some of them try to make believe that, that they can be a believer, and hey, that's not the way it works. Also, Happy, that was the best call I've ever heard. I loved what he said, short and sweet, and get right with the Lord. Man, I love it. I don't want to get on here and preach, but I liked what Pappy said. And as always, I can't say enough good about your show. My brother lives close to Columbus, and I send clips to him and say, you got to listen to this. I get more information from you on this program than I ever would. So I love your show. Loved what I heard tonight, and God bless you, man.
Thank you so much, Mark. I appreciate the call. Yeah, and Pappy, as he put it, I'm tired of talking about mental illness. This is a fight between good and evil. I'm pretty sure that's what Mark was referencing there. It is evil. And based on the manifesto, the few snippets that we've shared this morning from this past day's evil shooter, it is absolute evil. Now, you mentioned the Grump as well. You know what? Grump responded. He said, as for Dingbat, Steve, I have nothing but utmost respect for those like Dingbat that has the want and the desire to take a different path and become a recovering addict. When I was in law enforcement, I would do everything possible to help those that wanted to walk the same path as her. But unfortunately, there are those that have no intention to get off the drugs, and they were open about it. You know, those are the individuals that are a drain on the American taxpayer. They also siphon off the funds that would be meant to help those like Dingbat that makes the conscious decision to rid themselves of the drugs. Only an addict can help themselves, and they can't expect people to support them if the addict doesn't want to commit to bettering their life.
Mr. Excitement was calm, cool, and collected in Minis. Beers opened up a can in Unlimited, and we'll backtrack a week to find out who got the gold in Bowling Green. From National Tractor Pullers Association headquarters in Marion, Ohio, this is the NTPA Overnight Raider Report. Let's revisit the 58th Annual National Tractor Pulling Championships and congratulate the winners of the 13 championship rings. In Light Superstock, Marcus Wedelson with Gunpowder and Lead. In Superstock Diesel, Brandon Hunt with Living a Dream. In Superstock Open, Terry Blackburn with Extremely Armed and Dangerous. In Super Farm, Gary Shavink with New Attitude. In Pro Stock, Brent Meyer with Injected Funds. In Two-Wheel Drive, the championship ring winner was Ryan Reitzel with At It Again. In Four-Wheel Drive, Tommy Corsa with American Made. In Superstock Diesel 4x4, Todd Dugan with Angry Shine. In Super Semi, Chris Wood with Class Act. In Modified Mini, Adam Bauer with Iron Toy. In Light Modified, Wayne Sullivan with Kentuckian. In Modified, Bill Leichner with Dirt Slinger. And in Unlimited, the championship ring winner was Joe Ader with Emax. Now on to the Friday Night Spectacular in Wellington, Ohio, where competitors in 4 divisions were hoping to continue or kickstart their momentum for the stretch run. In Light Superstock, it was more of the same for Marcus Wedelson. His Gunpowder and Lead was on target for the test draw and left the rest pulling for second place behind his 370-foot marker. Colton Whitworth's Yield Express, the division leader, came home 5th but saw its lead shaved to just a half a point. Brian Bowles' Alter Ego, pulling for the first time in Lorain County, mustered a 4th to reduce his deficit by 1 point to -6. They'll sort out the Enderley invitees with 2 hooks in Canton, Ohio next weekend. In Yoder Popcorn Pro Stock, maybe the name should be Loud, Heavy, and Inevitable, and Loud, Heavy, and Inevitable X. Brandon Simon took the controls of both Green Monsters and finished 1-2 at both ends of the class of 18. Heavy, the night's winner, is now tied with X for the lead, and they are now 35 points ahead of the third place Mac Nasty. In fact, the top 6 finish order was Simon, James Ray, Kevin Schmucker, and Danny Schmucker. The Schmuckers play a home game next week at the Charlie Sports Memorial. In CM Pulling Tires Modified Mini, Jeff Hurt started first, finished first, and moved into first. His Little Bear reached 353 feet on its test hook and was threatened only by regional runners Mike Summers and Bryce Cullen. Hurt later said he was glad he had a few days to think about his number 1 pole position. Now he needs to prepare to defend his first lead in Washington, Ohio. Adam Kester's Footloose finished 8th to fall 3 points behind. Lindsey Campbell's Short Fused and Adam Bauer's Iron Toy are also within 1 hook's striking distance. And in Unlimited, Billy Beers had 2 things on his mind after his 389-foot Thunderbolt pass, making the Enderley, where he's already won twice, and celebrating his daughter's wedding. So, congratulations, Brittany! And look out, rest of the field, because the War Wagon is ready for battle. Joe Ader's Emax has run out the clock on the contenders at +10 heading to Urbana, but Dave Richardson's Emax, Beers, Bauer's Cross-Threaded, and Doug Theobald's Full-Blown Wicked will also be on hand in search of a signature victory. Be sure to catch all the action Saturday, September 13th at 5 p.m. in Urbana, Ohio, or on Full Pole Live. Tickets are on sale right now at allstarpole.com. This week, besides Waukegan, Ohio on Friday and Canton, Ohio on Friday and Saturday, we've got Geneva, Indiana on Saturday, August 30th, and Ridgeland, Wisconsin on Sunday the 31st. Visit ntpapull.com or the NTPA mobile app for answers to your questions. Reporting for the NTPA on the Overnight Drive, I'm John Dunlap. Stay safe and pull hard.
With Transport Enterprise Leasing, you're in the driver's seat, literally. Choose your carrier or operate under your own authority and drive a truck that works as hard as you do. Ready to roll? Use promo code OVERNIGHT100 and get $100 off your first lease payment. Call Tell now at 866-404-6289. That's 866-404-6289. And let's get you on the road to ownership.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator.
Stiction, that sticky friction, undermines the performance of diesel engines and is difficult to remove from the oil system. Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator is a powerful synthetic cleaner that targets stiction, contains no harmful solvents, and is formulated to be left in the engine to safely dissolve stiction for thousands of miles. It works as you drive. Our proprietary carbon nano lubricant is blended with Stiction Eliminator, filling in microscopic irregularities inside your engine, providing a smoother surface for enhanced lubricity, reducing friction and wear. Third-party ASTM testing verifies that Stiction Eliminator removes 2 times as much stiction than any alternative on the retail shelf. Use Stiction Eliminator to solve an existing problem or as a preventative maintenance.
Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator, available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Truckers, meet the Speedmax Pro Max, the tire built for serious hauls and serious peace of mind. With rugged construction and performance you can count on, Pro Max is made for the long road ahead. And here's the best part. It comes with an 8-year warranty. That's right, 8 years of confidence, mile after mile. Ask Speedmax. Drive far. Drive strong. For more info, call 860-436-4100 or buy online at digitire.com.
Alrighty, where we leave off there, real quick. Let me get to Mark. Yeah, you had a comment in regards to the accident, right? Welcome back.
Yeah, thank you. Horse feathers, I'm not sure what his opinion is, but I come from Kelowna, Iowa, where they have a horse sale. And yes, a lot of horses do go to killer. Maybe that's an awful word to say on the show, but it's not inhumane. What's inhumane is when people keep them around and don't take care of them and let them starve. That's sick. Now, if you want to keep them and put them down and bury them, that's fine. But it's just like cattle or hogs. I mean, if you're done using them, if they're old, and don't let them suffer, you know. So I don't mean to sound cruel or insensitive, but it's just the way it is. To me, get rid of them if you can't take care of them. Mm-hmm. Bottom line.
Okay. You know, I mean, out west they have a lot of.
But I mean, I'm guessing
there's a lot of wild horses out there too. My understanding, right?
Oh yeah, I believe. Yeah. And Steve, maybe people are offended. I mean, I don't believe cruelty is. Don't be cruel. Don't let them suffer and not feed them. But that's just my opinion. I mean, it's just the way it's reality, you know. Mm-hmm. I've seen horses just absolutely go to skin and bones. Why? Sell them, get rid of them, or do something with them. Bury them on your whatever, but don't let them suffer.
Yeah,
you know. But I come from that era. It doesn't bother me, but hey, don't mean to jab into horse feathers. I don't know what his opinion was. Anyways, just. He's probably right. They probably were going to slaughter somewhere.
Okay. Yeah, I know that he and his wife have a great love for horses. She works with horses, has for a number of years. So, hey, thanks for the call there, and thanks to you for listening in the Steve Summers Overnight Drive. We'll come back at the midnight hour for our Friday edition.
Never guess the places that I've been. You never guess the places that I've been. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. I'm never gonna let the day begin. Never gonna let the day begin. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. Oh, don't wake me up before you go. and I'll just make this bed my home. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. Never gonna come down from above, 'cause everything looks better from above. Nothing's ever as it seems, yeah, except in that world that I dream of. Never gonna lose the ones I love. Never gonna lose the ones I love. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but